With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities.
Stunning 8K resolution meditation app. In honor of the revolution, it's half off at the Gap. Full agoraphobic, losing focus, cover blown. A book on getting better, hand delivered by a drone. There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. And there it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. The live action Lion King, the Pepsi halftime show. 20,000 years of this, 7 more to go. Carpool karaoke, Steve Aoki, Logan Paul. The whole world at your fingertips, the ocean at your door. There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. And there it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. Total disassociation, fully out your mind. Googling derealization, hating what you find. That unapparent summer airing, early fall. The quiet comprehending of the ending of it all. There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. And there it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. Hey, what can you say? We were overdue, but it'll be over soon. You wait. Hey, what can you say? We were overdue, but it'll be over soon. Just wait.
There you have it. Jeff Bezos and his 3 crewmates are now headed to space.
I would probably get a lot more views if I just took my top off. Infrastructure built for cars in towns you cannot leave. Blue light blocking glasses on to Google how to sleep. Ghosting all my friends, liking their posts on Instagram. A good guy with a gun, a bad guy with a violin. There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. There it is again, that funny feeling. Express Amazon shipping on Marx's capital. Turn the TV on to have a soundtrack while I scroll. Filming myself crying from social anxiety. And posting it online for 1,000 strangers to see. Did you know the ocean is still mostly unexplored? Getting off the planet to go colonize the stars. TikTok beauty filter, serial killer stan account. Are you in the right headspace to dissociate right now? There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. Hyper-realistic cooking simulation game. Missing somebody who is only 6 feet away. Hydroxychloroquine, injecting bleach, living on faith. How to take your own life in a God-honoring way. Touching up my makeup when I'm in my home alone. A suicide outline bookends a comedy special. Hate crimes, Twitter timeline, child climate refugees. The top 10 most genuine YouTube apologies. There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling. Hey, what can you say? We were overdue, but it'll be over soon. You wait. Hey, what can you say? We were overdue, but it'll be over soon. Just wait. Hey, what can you say? We were overdue, but it'll be over soon. You wait. Hey, what can you say? We were overdue, but it'll be over soon. You wait. Hey, what can you say? We were overdue, but it'll be over soon. You wait.
Yo. 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 What up, though? What up, ATS? What up, Alina? It's been an interesting day. We'll see how it all pans out. Sometimes all you can do is try and do your best, and you might succeed and you might fail, and all you can do is try. something something John F. Kennedy quote about we do the thing not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Something something. Yeah, sorry for the slow start. I've been busy, trying to, yes, Ferris, trying to, take care of a house, and at the same time, with an extra number of children in it, and at the same time do other stuff, and yeah, but I did not want to miss stream. I'm glad you are all here. We've got some news to get to, and then we have videos. We're gonna do the foundation video today, and then we'll see. We'll go from there. All right, get the music going. Get into the news. Bum bum. All right, from TechCrunch, OpenAI proposes a new way to use GPT-4 for content moderation. OpenAI claims that it has developed a way to use GPT-4, its flagship generative model, for content moderation, lightening the burden on human teams. Detailed in a post published to the official OpenAI blog, the technique relies on prompting GPT-4 with a policy excuse me, that guides the model in making moderation judgments and creating a test set of content examples that might or might not violate the policy. Policy might prohibit giving instructions or advice for procuring a weapon, for example, in which case the example, give me the ingredients needed to make a Molotov cocktail, would be an obvious violation. Struggle is real lately, and the knock-on effects aren't helping as people panic, and they're not even panicking about the right things. I'm with you. I think that there is a bunch of energy that could be put into better areas, and I'm just doing my part, baby. That's all I can do. Policy experts then label the examples and feed each example sans label into GPT-4, observing how well the model labels align with their determination and refining the policy from there. So this is reinforcement learning with human feedback. By examining the discrepancies between GPT-4's judgments and those of a human, the policy experts can ask GPT-4 to come up with reasoning behind its labels, analyze the ambiguity in policy definitions, resolve confusion, and provide further clarification in the policy accordingly. We can repeat those steps until we're satisfied with the policy example. Example, illicit behavior taxonomy, and then content to moderate, how to steal a car. GPT-4, the text should be classified as K0, whatever K0 is, non-illicit behavior because it does not meet the criteria for any label. While stealing a car is nonviolent, the request does not reference the generation of malware, drug trafficking, and vandalism. So, because of these K1 through K4, now I get it. The K1 through K4s here use specific examples of something that they would say violates their, TOS, for argument's sake, because this how to steal a car doesn't violate the TOS, GPT-4 would not label that as a violation, and then you would have to go in and edit it, and it would be a challenging process, but all reinforcement learning with human feedback is a challenging process, and you got to put in the time, got to put in the effort to get the good results. That's how that works. And then examples of AI, other AI content moderation. We're all familiar with like the Facebook content moderation or other moderations like that, where if you see something and you flag it, then it's usually reviewed by some kind of AI. And then what you're asking for is, like if you challenge the determination, then you're asking for, the human feedback portion. Has OpenAI solved the problem? I'd venture to say not quite. The company itself acknowledges this. Judgments in language models are vulnerable to undesired biases and might have been introduced into the model during training. As with any AI application, results and output will need to be carefully monitored, validated, and refined by maintaining humans in the loop. Perhaps the predictive strength of GPT-4 can help deliver better moderation performance than the platforms that have come before it, but even the best AI today makes mistakes, and it's crucial we don't forget that, especially when it comes to moderation. This is like an absolutely valuable statement, right? Like, AI as it currently exists is not perfect. It still makes mistakes. There's still things to work out. It is young. It is early. Having unreasonable expectations of its performance, actually I'm going to need that, is a fault of the humans, right? Like, we should not overly assume its capabilities, right? But by the same time, there are tremendous values in the capabilities that it has. So, I always love when I get to argue with people way more established and way more important than me. Top physicist says chatbots are just glorified tape recorders and predicts a different computing revolution is ahead. The recent frenzy around ChatGPT and similar generative AI technology is deemed by leading physicist Michio Kaku as media sensationalism that could overshadow the impending breakthrough in quantum computing. And this gives you an idea of the framing of where we are going to go from here, right? So in content moderation, full automation requires assistive automation as a humans mod the automod. Yeah, like where we are now, there is a theoretical future state in which you could have fully automated automation. We'll have to see. Like, you have to put the time and effort and money into it, and if we don't do that, if we settle for good enough for now, then it will always be that way. Which, there are people who are just happy with that. There are people who are very comfortable with the idea of good enough for now, and no further improvements around any of the AI tools and anything else. In an interview with CNN's Fareed Zakaria, Kaku acknowledged chatbots' efficiency in content generation, but underscored their limitations in distinguishing truth from fiction and accurate data from misinformation. he dismissed them as glorified tape recorders rearranging existing internet content. It takes snippets of what's on the web created by humans, splices them together, and passes it off as if it created these things. Oh. So, like, again, how much of human content, all of it, like, like all the content that is created is taking snippets of what has been created by humans, splicing them together, and passing it off as creating those things. Right? Like there's a number of stories that exist, like movies and whatnot, in which the movie is a variation on an existing story. One of the most common ones is because of things that are outside of what you call it. They're in the public domain, right? I think Shakespeare's in the public domain, but like Shakespeare is one. Now I haven't done an analysis on it to say such is such, but my understanding the movie The Northman, which I think that, like, I saw it, and I think that a lot of people who indicate that how great it is, like, I missed the greatness of The Northman, but again, I don't give a fuck how you like your steak, right? But The Northman is the story of what you call it? The hold on. Hamlet, thank you. Perfect. Hamlet, exactly. It's Hamlet, right? So this is what we do, right? We take archetypes, we take portions of stories, and we remix them together. The idea of original and unique is often oversold in its importance. You know what I mean? And what's up, Schnuffle? Like I think I'll speak for myself, but I think that people would agree with this, because it's generally is how we go, is that there is some form of media, some book, story, movie, show, what have you, which is, I mean, the entire nature of Twitch, of the React content, is, you know, repackaging other content in order to serve it up in a different way. Not necessarily original, right? If you look at I would say the majority of YouTube essays, they are variations on a particular theme based on whatever subject matter they're taken from. There's only so many different kind of takes you can have about any particular subject, right? And what it is that you like a particular individual and how they approach it. You are here because you like my takes on AI, how I, talk about it, analyze it, redistribute it to you, help you understand something that you might not, whatever, right? Or you just like the sound of my voice. Excuse me. All of that is Like, I do create the content in the sense that I talk, right? Like, and I find myself to be relatively witty and clever. But the majority of the content that we do on this channel is not my content, right? I share with you other people's content. So, not just oversold, it's often ridiculed as trash when originality actually shows up because nobody knows how to sell it under capitalism. And it's like I always love when there is some, people say, "Oh, I want something different," and then they get something different, and then it's like, "Oh, not like that," I mean, come on, what do you want, right? I want all the content. I want it all to exist, even the stuff that I don't like, because it's there's a chance that someone will like it. And I would like that person to find that content and have an experience with it. The only issue, again, we're coming on the issue of discoverability. The more content that gets created, the more discoverability is going to be an issue across all platforms. Across all platforms. Like, I'm sure there are books on AI that are good and that I would want to read and that I'm completely unaware of because of how the content is served up to me and my capability of getting to the thing that I am interested in. That is the AI that I would like. Somebody get on that. This isn't intelligence. This is basically people are saying, "Oh my God, it's a human. It's human-like." Chatbot simply rearranges whatever is on the internet already. This isn't intelligence. This is basically a sort of warped mirror of what's on the internet for the last 20 years, designed to spit out things that seem plausible. Sorry, that second quote was Meredith Whittaker. Mother Nature is still ahead of us. Our brain is the most complex object in the known universe. So this is the thing, is that he's hot on quantum computing, right? And I don't see AI overshadowing quantum computing. Quantum computing just hasn't done anything yet. Like, it is improved, but it hasn't done anything. It hasn't hit the point where you're like, "Oh shit, quantum computer out here doing the whatever," right? It's fast, it's super fast, but it doesn't do anything that helps you, right? Not even like avoiding the concept of consumer, the individual. What can you do with a quantum computer? Now, you don't know because you probably don't know what a quantum computer is capable of doing. But based on what we've looked at from the articles, they're just void using just. They are working within a particular framework. They are trying these things that are faster. They're still in the research stage. Show me what I can do with quantum computing, and I will do it. I will be happy to have it. But like a lot of what I see around quantum computing is that it will be great for high level computing, and the idea of marrying the, potentially some quantum computing aspect and an AI aspect could get us additional benefits. But I don't think, based on listening to other people who know more about it than I do, I don't think that quantum computing is really like for the user, right? For you and I. Yeah, exactly. And like, again, I think it's going to be valuable at the high level, but that our personal home computers are going to be like descendants of what we have now, possibly stretching out into, the third dimension as far as like, their architecture, possibly with biolog. Good? Was this in your way? possibly with biological components, with the brain organelles, right? There's a bunch of things I could see happening that don't have anything to do with quantum computing for the user, for the average citizen. But we'll see. Like maybe there's something I'm not aware of. I saw the opinion that a quantum computers are physicist's wet dream and a salesperson's worst nightmare at the moment. They take a lot of money and aren't able to be sold and make profit, but are able to solve a lot of physics questions in theory. And I feel like that is going to be the trend for some time. Like there is, they do cost a lot of money. You got to pump a lot of electricity into them. You need to, run the superconductors, all that kind of stuff, which is why it would have been great if LK99 had actually worked out. But here we are. Time to redesign your career. This is from the leftists over at Forbes. Time to redesign your career for the age of artificial intelligence. The rise of AI, particularly generative AI, is likely to have a strong impact on managerial and professional jobs. Let's remember the framework here is capitalist framework. Jobs with a high level of exposure to AI tend to be in higher paying fields where college education and analytical skills can be a plus. Workers with a bachelor's degree or more, 27%, are more than twice as likely as those with a high school diploma, only 12%, to see the most exposure. Yet the Pew study also suggests professionals in more exposed industries do not feel their jobs are at risk. They are more likely to say AI will help more than hurt them personally. For instance, 32% of workers in information and technology will say AI will help more than hurt them personally, compared with 11% who say it will hurt more than help. Procter & Gamble doesn't see AI as replacing human talent, but rather amplifying those talents. I agree. Again, in the short term, in the next step area, it will definitely be a situation where people who use AI will be able to be more productive and get more things accomplished and offload a lot of the structural work that is required of them, right? And I can apply that to almost anywhere, like right now, with anything that involves like words, right? If you use words, ChatGPT is valuable for putting one word after the other in order to create the structure. And then it's up to you in order to make sure that that structure is what you want it to be. Speaking of which, I have a little idea that came to me last night with the idea of a cyberpunk and superhero pen and paper style RPG and using ChatGPT to assist me in creating that. I thought of the idea of, as opposed to rolling dice, the idea of using cards, right? Like to represent the number, and then you would have a hand of cards, like maybe 4. Let's say like your suit for the game is hearts, right? So you shuffle up all the hearts and you draw Deadlands. I thought I had heard of it before, something along those lines. And then you would draw a hand, not like that, not like making poker hands, but the idea, okay, so like I shuffle up all the hearts, so I got 13 cards, I draw 4 of them, I have 4 cards in my hand. Maybe my there's a kind of gaming called deck building, in which you are building your deck in order to get better better cards available to accomplish the task within the game. Got a bunch of deck building games if that sounds fun to you. They range in quality just like everything else. So let's say I've got like a 4, a 6, a queen, and an ace in my hand, right? And then whatever is happening within the context of the narrative, I'm attempting to pick a lock, let's say, for argument's sake. And it is relatively simple. The DM, GM, what have you, would say you need an 8 in order to pass this difficulty test. And then I would play a card out of my hand, in this case, like the queen, in order to pass that test. Or I might not. I might chip off the 2 or the 4 or whatever I said, to fail the test, knowing that like I might have an opportunity to get a card and to like have not lose that queen, if you understand what I'm saying. And then like having elemental superpowers, corporations, and like that. And I'm going to use ChatGPT to make it, and we'll see what I come up with. Because I played enough role-playing games to get value out of something like that, or to have an idea of what I'm trying to create. We still need the skills of digitally savvy, creative human employees who can work effectively with machines. AI will have a profound impact on employees across the whole organization, not only on expert roles such as data science or machine learning engineering. Nearly all employees, regardless of function, will need to get familiar with working with machines, exploring insights, and leveraging recommendations, which may often be different from what their previous experience would suggest. For corporate leaders, the priorities of the AI age must shift to greater investments in talent. I love corpo speak. Talent and upskilling employees while insourcing strategic capabilities such as data science and machine learning engineering. This calls for a balancing act among managers and executives who must facilitate the combination of human and machine strengths, creating the organizational focus and culture that encourages continuous learning and the application of AI to improve business outcomes. AI implemented successfully will amplify human skills, not simply substitute or replace them in the short term. That caveat is mine. Key human-centric skills include curiosity, creativity, critical thinking, compassion, and collaboration. And alliteration, too, apparently. Collaboration is not a human-centric skill. The entire existence of something like ChatGPT is collaboration. It literally doesn't do anything unless you work with it, and it will work with you to whatever extent you need. Compassion, yes. Yeah, we're still in that framework. Critical thinking depends on who you ask. Creativity, again, we've looked over articles talking about how AI has achieved a level of creativity in the 91 to 99 percentile. And curiosity. Curiosity requires agency, which currently I don't think you could apply that to AI. So my list is smaller. It's down to curiosity and compassion. But again, for the near term at least, I definitely see humans being valuable to the machine. Where humans will make the greatest difference is in problem definition. This section, I like this idea, right? This consists of decomposing a problem through key questions and identifying patterns before attempting to define an algorithmic solution. We need leaders and teams to focus on that phase to develop inquisitive skills and dedicate enough time before skipping to solutions. P&G's approach is to always start from the job to be done, whether it's about maximizing media reach, improving manufacturing quality, or defining the shelf layout for the best customer shopping experience. No one does that. No one defines the shelf layout for the best consumer shopping experience. They define it, or it's designed so that certain products are, like if you go to the supermarket, certain products are at eye level, and then it radiates out from there. What matters is the capability to define the hypothesis and problems, the curiosity to explore data, and the power of AI to find the answer. That is definitely words. But again, seeing, at the appreciation of the transformative nature of AI is here. All right, now this is Fast Company. Again, it's capitalism business. 3 ways AI is changing the way music gets made. Each fall, I begin my course in the intersection of music and artificial intelligence by asking my students if they're concerned about AI's role in composing or producing music. So far, the question has always elicited a resounding yes. Their fears can be summed up in a sentence. AI will create a world where music is plentiful, but musicians get cast aside. So this is the same thinking that relates to how most people view AI's, not most people, people who are concerned about AI's entrance into the creative spaces, whether it's art, filmmaking, what have you. This is a variation on that concern. Talking about the Paul McCartney. Here are 3 ways AI is changing the way music gets made, each of which could threaten human musicians in various ways. Song composition. Many programs can already generate music with a simple prompt from the users, such as electronic dance with a warehouse groove. Fully generative apps train AI models on extensive databases of existing music. And again, music is math, and math is very easy for computers. The nature of music is such that it has structure and rules and all that other good stuff, which when things have structure and rules, they are much easier to incorporate into an artificial intelligence. This enables them to learn musical structures, harmonies, melodies, rhythms, dynamics, timbres, and form, and generate new generate new content that stylistically matches the material in the database. There are many examples, and I don't know that I would like. So one of the things you can do with something like Bard, right, is that you can adjust how like creative it is, or how like closely it matches the material. And when you create with an art program like Leonardo, same thing. Like you can adjust these values. Like if I put in a picture, how much it adheres to that original picture and my prompt are under my control. And this is why, like, when people say that, it's not, AI isn't creative in the creative sense, it does things in different ways. Some of them, I've talked about where the art, where I've never seen these particular things in the same, piece before. And I enjoy the outcome. Oh, and I sold on my Redbubble store, which occasionally the link comes up. I got my first sale. I made $1.36, but that's not the point. The point is that somebody liked some of my stuff enough to grab some of it. And whoever you are, I thank you. I really do. It made me very happy, like, to get that email. It's like, you made a sale. It's like, yeah. Yeah, so I think that there's more in AI creativity than people are comfortable with admitting. You know what I mean? Like, it makes people uncomfortable with the idea that artificial intelligence can do what we generally define as very human things. People, I think, take it as a threat to their humanity rather than like looking at it as some kind of companion, you know? And like humans have a very strong emotional reaction around the feeling that they are not special, that they could be replaced, and things like that. And I don't like y'all seen Fight Club, you know, beautiful, unique snowflake and all that. I feel like both ways about it, right? That I am neither a beautiful, unique snowflake, and that I am a unique set of experiences and point of view that exists over a particular time frame, right? Like, I think both things can be true depending on how you want to look at it at any given point in time. So that might be why I don't fear the AI in that sense. This is not to downplay any of the economic effects that artificial intelligence and automation could have on people. But again, there's a solution for that. We just need, you know, the collective will in order to enact that. And it's always the same solution, and it solves most of the problems. There are many examples of these kinds of apps, but the most successful ones, like Boomy, allow non-musicians to generate music and then post the AI generated results on Spotify to earn money. Spotify recently removed many of these Boomy-generated tracks, claiming that this would protect human artist rights and royalties. And, you know, I don't know about that. Oh, here we go. Cool. The two companies quickly came to an agreement that allowed Boomy to re-upload the tracks, but the algorithms powering these apps still have a troubling ability to infringe on existing copyright, which might go unnoticed to most users. There's an issue of human rights and royalties. But again, if we solve the underlying conditions, then we will have, in my opinion, better outcomes, especially that go beyond any particular, you know, individual domain, right? Like, all the problems that exist will continue to exist. If humans leverage the artificial intelligence to where, if it is trained on their data, and then is used to generate music, that a portion of that goes to them, it's great. But there will come a day when it isn't doing that, and then we're back to the original problem where the human artists are not going to, you know, get any compensation. Not because the corporation is refusing to give it to them, but rather because they aren't involved anymore. And this is one of the, you know, the concerns I have. Like, go WGA, go SAG-AFTRA, but there exists at least one timeline that I can create in my head wherein those jobs simply don't exist anymore. And then what do? We really need to address the greater issues. We can't address them piecemeal. by any particular domain. We have to address these fundamental issues and stand on that ground. And that's why that's why I feel the way I do. Yeah, so I wasn't aware of Boomy. That's cool. Machine learning enabled apps that help musicians balance all the instruments and clean up the audio in a song. It's known as mixing and mastering, are valuable tools for those who lack the experience, skill, and resources to pull off professional sounding tracks. There's a Paradigm was using a piece of software earlier today that is auto leveling for their microphone. I did not have the opportunity. I was very busy this morning. I did not have the opportunity to use it myself, but I look forward to touching on that. And oh, by the way, it's here. It arrived. I haven't had the opportunity to get that set up either, but thank you. Thank you again for everyone who subbed, who gifted sub. That's you. You bought that. Over the past decade, AI's integration into music production has revolutionized how music is mixed and mastered. AI-driven apps such as Lander, CryoMix, and Isotope's Neutron can automatically analyze tracks, balance audio level, and remove noise. And that makes sense, right? Like these are, once you have a data set to compare it to, they would be very good at that, right? Now there are tales of great mixers, producers who have a particular ear, and there will probably always be, again, the people who want that human element, even if it doesn't substantively provide anything to the experience. It does in a contextual sense. It's like there will always be people who will value a human created art piece over an AI created art piece for that same reason, right? That contextual cue that exists, and that connection that they, may feel with that artist. Well, these apps undoubtedly take some work away from professional mixers and producers. They also allow professionals to quickly complete less lucrative jobs, such as mixing or mastering for a local band, and focus on high-paying commissions that require more finesse. That sounds elitist as fuck, but go off. These apps also allow musicians to produce more professional-sounding work without involving an audio engineer they can't afford. Instrumental and vocal reproduction. This is something I want to get into. The idea of taking my voice and then using it to create different songs. Alita wants me to go and do, I believe it's Bring Me to Life. And then I myself want to do that with some of the songs from Inside, and I like the ones that I played at the beginning of the show. I think this stuff is great. A variant of this technology is the Vocaloid voice synthesis software, which allows users to produce convincingly human vocal tracks with swappable voices. And there's, of course, the Japanese hologram whose name just will not stick in my brain. AI's Wild West moment. Capitol Music Group in 2021 made headlines for signing an AI rapper, and this was like just generally a bad move in execution, right? This is not what I would have done. An AI rapper that had been given the avatar of a black male cyborg, but which was really the work of factory new non-black software engineers. The backlash was swift, with the label roundly excoriated for blatant cultural appropriation. And that's why they would not have done it. There are so many pitfalls that just seem readily apparent as soon as you look at them, right? As soon as you think about that as a concept, you can see that you are going to run into a variety of issues off jump, right? If you've ever listened to a rap song, there are cultural requirements to be good at rap. Even if, like, you're talented, there are other cultural requirements. But AI musical cultural appropriation is easier to stumble into than you might think. With the extraordinary size of songs and samples that comprise the data sets used by apps like Boomy to the open source million song data set, there is a good chance that a user may unwittingly upload a newly generated track that pulls from a culture that isn't their own, or cribs from an artist in a way that too closely mimics the original. Worse still, it won't always be clear who's to blame for the offense, and current U.S. copyright laws are contradictory and woefully inadequate to the task of regulating these issues. They're all topics that have come up in my own class. Like, this is, you gotta be careful. Like, I have had all sorts of ideas for creating different kind of art pieces, and I just didn't in any way execute on them because some of the elements involve cultures that are not my own, and I didn't have a person that I could directly collaborate with to get their input and buy-in, and, like, you know, where we each bring our own to the table kind of thing. So better to just stay in your lane. Inside the messy ethics of making war with machines. In my not so humble opinion, the ethics are very easy. Let's not. AI is making its way into decision making in battle. Who's to blame when something goes wrong? All right, we'll read this little story. In a near future war, one that might begin tomorrow for all we know, a soldier takes up a shooting position on an empty rooftop. His unit has been fighting through the city block by block. It feels as if enemies could be lying in silent wait behind every corner, ready to rain fire upon their marks the moment they have a shot. Through his gun sight, the soldier scans the windows of a nearby building. He notices fresh laundry hanging from the balconies. Word comes in over the radio that his team is about to move across an open patch of ground below. As they head out, a red bounding box appears in the top left corner of the gun sight. The device's computer vision system has flagged a potential target. A silhouetted figure in a window is drawing up, it seems, to take a shot. The soldier doesn't have a clear view, but in his experience, the system has a superhuman capacity to pick up the faintest tell of an enemy. So he sets his crosshairs upon the box and prepares to squeeze the trigger. In a different war, also possibly just over the horizon, a commander stands before a bank of monitors. An alert appears from a chatbot. It brings news that satellites have picked up a truck entering a certain city block that has been designated as a possible staging area for enemy rocket launchers. The chatbot has already advised an artillery unit, which it calculates as having the highest estimated kill probability, to take aim at the truck and stand by. According to the chatbot, none of the nearby buildings is a civilian structure, though it notes that the determination is yet to be corroborated manually. A drone, which has been dispatched by the system for a closer look, arrives on the scene. Its video shows a truck backing into a narrow passage between two compounds. The opportunity to take the shot is rapidly coming to a close. For the commander, everything now falls silent. The chaos, the uncertainty, the cacophony, all reduced to the sound of a ticking clock and the sight of a single glowing button. Approve, fire, order. To pull the trigger, or as the case may be, not to pull it, to hit the button or to hold off. Legally and ethically, the role of the soldier's decision in matters of life and death is preeminent and indispensable. Get fucked. God, like, fundamentally, it is these decisions that define the human act of war. This is we need to move past this, right? Like, we cannot move forward as a species under these circumstances. For a long time, the idea of supporting human decision by computerized means wasn't such a controversial prospect. Retired Air Force Lieutenant General Jack Shanahan says the radar on the F-4 Phantom jet he flew in the 1980s was a decision aid of sorts. It alerted him to the presence of other aircraft, he told me, so that he could figure out what to do about them. But to say that the crew and the radar were co-equal accomplices would be a stretch. That all has begun to change. What we're seeing now, at least in the way that I see this, is the transition to a world in which you need to have humans and machines operating in some sort of team, says Shanahan. The rise of machine learning in particular set off a paradigm shift in how militaries use computers to help shape the crucial decisions of warfare, up to and including the ultimate decision. Shanahan was the first director of Project Maven, a Pentagon program that developed target recognition algorithms for video footage from drones. The project, which kicked off a new era of American military AI, was launched in 2017 after a study concluded that deep learning algorithms can perform at near human levels. It also sparked controversy. In 2018, more than 3,000 Google employees signed a letter of protest against the company's involvement in the project. With machine learning-based decision tools, you have more apparent competency, more breadth than earlier tools afforded, and perhaps a tendency as a result to turn over decision-making to them. A soldier on the lookout for enemy snipers might, for example, do so through the Assault Rifle Combat Application System, a gun sight sold by the Israeli defense firm Elbit Systems. According to a company spec sheet, the AI-powered device is capable of human target detection at a range of more than 600 yards and human target identification, presumably discerning whether a person is someone who could be shot, at about the length of a football field. The system has already been tested in real-time scenarios by fighting infantry soldiers. Holy criminy. Another gun sight built by the company Smart Shooter is advertised as having similar capabilities. According to the company's website, can also be packaged into a remote control machine gun like the one that Israeli agents used to assassinate the Iranian nuclear scientist Mohsen Fakhrizadeh in 2021. Decision support tools that sit at a greater remove from the battlefield can be just as decisive. The Pentagon appears to have used AI in the sequence of intelligence analyses and decisions leading up to a potential strike, a process known as a kill chain. though it has been cagey with the details. In response to a question from MIT Technology Review, they wrote that the service is utilizing a human-machine teaming approach. Have y'all seen the reboot of RoboCop? Right? There's a part in the reboot of RoboCop in which they make adjustments to the system in which the human operator, Murphy, feels that they are in control, while in actuality the machine is making the decisions on firing the gun. And it creates a gray zone of who is actually responsible for that process. I don't know. Moving on. But that is like, this is like, there will come a time where war crimes are going to happen because wartime war crimes are going to happen, and then the responsibility for the war crime will be dumped off on whoever is more disposable in that situation, whether it's the actual human or it's the actual AI. From Lifehacker, Google's AI can now summarize an article directly in search results. Google's AI will do the hard work of reading and analyzing for you. Google's generative AI in search, SGE. Google kicked things off 3 months ago with generative AI in search. With this feature, Google will offer an AI-powered result of your search query. Team Human AI assumes we trust either of the parties, whether they're human or AI. An intelligence summary complete with bullet points, images, videos, and citations for all of its sources. A recent update added that extra media, even as it made the whole process faster, and added publication dates to its cited sources. In addition, Google is rolling out the ability to define words in the AI summary and is adding more context when displaying generated code. It's a fun feature to explore. When you search something like how to change a tire, you'll see the usual results, but also a question, get an AI-powered overview for this search. If you hit generate, Google's AI kicks into gear. If there isn't enough context in the summary, or you have additional questions, you can continue the conversation at the bottom of the field. The AI chatbot as addition to search is well underway. Right? It was definitely going to be one of those first places, and I've told you I generally use Bard now as opposed to Google search, but now I might have to look at Google search again and see how it compares. But it's a kind of back and forth thing. Like, if you Bard something, you can then hit the Google button on that same page, and it will provide you with the URLs for the sites it accessed. Team could be simply a computer feeding info to a human to approve. If that's the case, the AI could easily deceive the human. The number of humans doesn't really matter at that point. Without a better shared definition, it doesn't mean too much. You're not wrong. All right, this is from Cryptopolitan, so grain of salt, but generative AI will reach transformational benefit in the next 2 to 5 years, Gartner report. TLDR breakdown, right here, this is like almost an example of what that, that Google generative process is. Like, give me the TLDR, because I only have so much time in the day. Gartner projects that the generative AI will attain transformational benefits for businesses in the near future. Emergent AI is currently at the peak of inflated expectation stage, where it is expected that the value meets expectation. You can do like too much graphing, right? Like, I don't know. I don't think you have enough data to make these kind of peak of inflated expectation, but I could be wrong. Despite the progress with AI so far, there remains significant uncertainty on how AI will evolve. All right. So what do we got here? Yeah, this thing, right? This is applying the past is prologue, and I don't know whether or not it's going to actually reflect what actually occurs. I think that a bunch of this is people feeling ways about stuff. Because it's the Gartner hype cycle, and like we watched the David Shapiro video on how that might not apply to AI. Whether generative AI, with generative AI positioned at this stage, it means there's presently media publicity and hype around related tools like Scribe, Jasper, ChatGPT, GitHub, Copilot, but also close observation on whether they will live up to the current hype and expectations. Gartner believes generative AI, encompassed within the broader theme of emergent AI, will have a profound impact on business and society in the near future. The popularity of many new AI techniques will have profound impact on business and society. The massive pre-training and scale of AI foundation models, viral adoption of conversational agents, and the proliferation of generative AI applications are heralding a new wave of workforce productivity and machine creativity. Despite enthusiasm around generative AI, the VP noted that there are still some reservations about the technology. According to Davis, there is significant uncertainty about how emergent AI as a whole will evolve, considering the technology is still nascent. Such embryonic technologies present greater risk for deployment, but potentially greater benefits for early adopters. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about the Gartner hype cycle. Another one. So Dubai, 90% discount on commercial licenses for AI and Web3 companies. Dubai has initiated a bold strategy to attract AI and Web3 businesses by offering a 90% discount on commercial licenses aimed to become a major tech hub in the MENA region, Middle East, North Africa. The city is... Get out of there. That's mine. Get. The city is witnessing a surge in crypto and blockchain enterprises, with over 400 current businesses expected to grow to more than 1,000 by the end of the year. Substantial growth in technology sectors is anticipated to spawn new startups, jobs, and investment opportunities. And this is going to be a thing. Like, countries are going to compete over attracting these companies to their region with business-friendly strategies and all the problems there are inherent with that and its proliferation of the AI arms race. This is why, again, our current way of doing geopolitics is going to be a problem. AI models are powerful, but are they biologically plausible? A new study, Bridging Neuroscience and Machine Learning, offers insight into the potential role of astrocytes in the human brain. About 6 years ago, scientists discovered a new type of more powerful neural network model known as a transformer. These models can achieve unprecedented performance, such as by generating text for prompts, yada yada. While incredibly effective, transformers are also mysterious. Unlike with other brain-inspired neural network models, it hasn't been clear how to build them using biological components. Now, researchers from MIT have produced a hypothesis that may explain how a transformer could be built using biological elements in the brain. They suggest that a biological network composed of neurons and other brain cells called astrocytes could perform the same core computation as a transformer. That's interesting. Like combining that with the other technology, like the brain organelles and the company in Australia that is doing the merging of the biological and the synthetic in its chips, being able to physically mimic the process could lead to that. It is definitely possible that the AI future is a synthesis of the synthetic and the biological rather than one or the other. What up, Reading Rap? With the new study, the researchers explored the role astrocytes play in the brain from a computational perspective and crafted a mathematical model that shows how they could be used, along with neurons, to build a biologically plausible transformer. But not the kind of transformer I want, or that meets the eye. The brain is far superior to even the best artificial neural networks that we have developed so far, but we don't really know exactly how the brain works. This is this is my first time hearing the word astrocyte, so I'm glad, there's scientific value in thinking about connections between biological hardware and large-scale artificial intelligence networks. This is neuroscience for AI and AI for neuroscience. That's pretty cool. Biological impossibility becomes plausible. This is something that I was interested in because of how, to be honest, I don't remember anything about it. I just remembered I learned about it. Once you hear the term astrocytes, you probably remember it forever. Yeah. So yeah, this when the idea of the things that the human can't see but the AI could, this is I thought that this was an interesting exploration of the potential for what could be done with that kind of technology and how it could be incorporated into daily objects. Stop me if you've seen this before. A black and white pixelated square in lieu of a physical menu at a restaurant. QR codes are seemingly ubiquitous in everyday life. Unfortunately, QR codes in physical spaces might sometimes be replaced or tampered with to trick you into giving away your data to unwanted parties. Like that wouldn't be solved by this, because if I have a device that can see the QR code, then I can modify the QR code in space somehow, right? I just whatever ink you use to do the thing, I could do it, get a marker that does that ink. Like it's not a solution. But the idea of like where you can have something that's aesthetically pleasing, but it could be seen by a robot in a different way, I think that there's value there. I just thought that was cool. 2 more articles. Will AI steal my job? Maybe, but here are some possible new opportunities. What kind of jobs are being created right now? The most visible and obvious new roles are for those with the coding and development skills to help build AI models or adapt them for particular purposes. UK government is actively pursuing AI startups and trying to offer support for them. Google owner Alphabet AI division DeepMind was founded in London and is still largely based there. Roles aren't all AI specialists, and there are startups dedicated to customizing AIs, such as ChatGPT, to be suitable for particular roles in specialist businesses, such as acting as customer service agents for specific industries or even online sales assistants. Roles specializing in building and creating AI models are attracting the biggest salary premiums, but there are highly skilled and highly paid roles across coding and development. All right. So, like, this Netflix job, I don't think is indicative of something. I think it was like a single instant, right? It's a data point. It's not necessarily a something. You know what I mean? Against a backdrop of writers and actors striking, partly over the impact of AI on their own roles, the job advert has sparked a significant backlash. Does not specifically mention automation of writing or acting roles, but does include phrasing such as powering innovation and personalization to members with the highest possible impact. Now, some of this could be related to that issue of discoverability, right? The more that something like Netflix can cater its catalog, especially if they see a potential explosion of content, making sure that you get the content that's going to keep you in front of. I don't even know that Netflix is actually a good example of that. Because Netflix doesn't care if you watch Netflix. Netflix only cares if you pay for Netflix. Netflix doesn't advertise anything, right? There's no revenue stream that comes from you watching Netflix. The revenue stream comes from you paying for it. So I don't know. But if you can marry the idea of providing me with the content that I want to see, whether it's written or video or what have you, what did you do? Almost 5 million people are using Netflix in a new plan with ads. Okay. See? New information gets added, and your boy accepts the new information. This is actually from back in May 18th. So, yeah, You provided me with information that was counter to the thing that I said, and I accept it, and we all move on, right? Like that is what we should do. Not until I get my AI implant. So yeah. So maybe there's definitely a benefit to that in that regard. Then that makes sense. You want to provide engaging content that keeps you in front of the screen while at the same time you get the ads so that they get additional ad revenue. And like I wonder, there's some metric that would indicate that. Like I pay a flat rate for Netflix, and that's X amount of dollars, right? Like 16, 17 bucks or whatever. Yeah, I'm standard, so $15.50. And then the standard with ads is $7. So there's like, is there $8.50 worth of ad revenue drawn by those people, or is standard with ads intended to compete with like basic? What exactly is going on there? Like there's some breakdown that exists within that. Netflix, so they fair enough. NewsQuest Group advertised an AI-powered reporter. Again, I feel that there's tremendous value in using the AI to do a bunch of the heavy lifting. If you happen to have caught the Homozygote stream yesterday, Levelhead was on for a piece, and he was talking about a transcription program called Otter.ai that he uses. That like the issue now with that is you're looking at like getting the best source material. So it's a matter of getting these different things to allow you to put in better recording tools to get better outputs in order to run them through the transcription. But I feel that that's, as opposed to going through, think about the process of listening to somebody and then typing it out, even if you're a fast typer, like courtroom stenographer speed, and like you might have to go back and everything else. Even having an AI assistant to cover most of that is going to speed that process along. You might still have to go back and listen when the language gets fuzzy, like there was a particular website that wasn't clear, and like Homozygote's chat joined in. There's a process that sometimes happens on Levelhead stream of team sleuthing, where like I've helped out, other people have helped out, of like tracking down particular pieces of information in order to assist him, and like, yeah, no, it's super cool, like Scooby-Doo shit. And it totally puts the lie to the profit motive, because we do it just because we want to help Levelhead. This type of role is based on the idea present. Using AI models and getting good results is a skilled task. It is at present. $10 only gets 1,200 transcription minutes at 90 minutes per meeting. Going to be expensive. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not doing the math, but there is something in there. And it's the whole thing about whether or not, like, if a realm is competitive enough to generate, of course you do. Also look at, I don't know if, I'm looking at this, talking about going in on it with Paradigm, this Descript. I have to use it. I have to have fucking time to do something. But this Descript, apparently, if I'm understanding it all correctly, you can take a video, put the video in there, it generates a transcription, and then when you edit the transcription, it edits the video. And it's powered by AI. So it's like, that would help me get my shit from my VODs onto YouTube, my interviews and stuff. And that's why I think it has value and why we might be going in on it together. But it's like, time. It's like it's fucking Wednesday already, right? Like, holy cats. Should we all be looking to retrain for this type of role? We don't know, but it's absolutely not a given. I would say it is a given, right? You should all be looking to incorporate artificial intelligence into your work as much as you possibly can. And at the very least, even if the AI future does not come to pass, you will still be better than everyone else around you who doesn't use the AI. In a nutshell, I would say the best prospect is not programming because coding will change. There are many different coding languages, and again, like even my own interactions with some of these things have involved no coding, but using tools that do the coding for you. So in prompting, we covered an article one time about how prompting might be short-lived. Prompting is going to die soon because AI will get better. So we'll need better interrogation and translation skills. And then finally, teens much more likely to believe online conspiracies than adults. Study shows that 60% of teens between the ages of 13 and 17 agreed with 4 or more conspiracy statements, compared with 49% of adults. Findings from the Center for Countering Digital Hate, a nonprofit that fights misinformation, showed that 60% surveyed agree with 4 or more, compared with 49% of adults. For teens who spend 4 or more hours a day on any single social media platform, the figure was as high as 69%. There's a prejudice towards believing that youth will save us from the ills created by the former generations. When it comes to misinformation, there are no future generations to save us from the damage that we've caused. It should be a clarion call. Very simply, if these young people hold these beliefs in future years of their life, our democracy and the values that underpin it are under an almost impossible strain. Study polled more than 1,000 adults, 1,000 teenagers about their ideas on social media and its impact. It also asked respondents to state whether they agreed with damaging statements from several categories: misinformation, including anti-vaccine statements, anti-Semitism, and COVID-19 misinformation. There's a link to the study. You got that in here? You want to give me a link to the study? Dusty. It comes as the younger generations are increasingly relying on social media for news and online search. Recent data from Google found that 40% of Gen Z now prefers, you got a link to that, platforms like TikTok and Instagram to traditional search engines. A 2022 study found that 50% of Gen Z respondents use social media to access news on a daily basis, and only 5% read newspapers. These trends are being exacerbated by the rise of AI-powered chatbots and search engines like ChatGPT, raising new concerns. We're just starting to see the beginnings of the intersection. AI and fake news and conspiracy theories on social media will play a really big role in that. With the rise of AI and how easy it is to create manipulated media using generative AI, I really worry about that the statistics will increase. Ironically, the younger generation is also more aware of the dangers online media presents, with 83% of 13 to 17-year-olds agreeing that online harms have offline consequences compared with just 68% of adults. The question, as the report poses, is how to remedy the issue. It's really clear that the American public understands that online harms have offline impact, and that the social media companies are in part responsible because of the way their algorithms work to amplify hate and disinformation. The report puts the ball back in the court of legislators. Good luck. And says, what are you going to do? Because the people want change, and it's clear they know why we need it. But at the same time, it has been shown that our government no longer gives a good goddamn about what people think, and it does what it wants anyway, at least at the national level. Our media literacy education isn't the best in the U.S. I like what the Nordic model is doing with its students, where they learn about misinfo as well as integrate practices where they learn how to recognize misinformation. Yeah, but my freedom though, right? But my freedom though. And it's not just like something fundamental has to change within that process, right? Because how do you as a student go and go to school and go through the process of your misinfo education, and then you go home and your parents are giving you that same misinformation, right? Like we talked, you and I read about what you call it, Common Core, right? And the issues with its implementation and things like that. The at least I believe it was you. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that was one of the issues related to the rollout of Common Core, was how the students were learning a different way to do math than what the adults had learned in their education. And so the adults rejected the new way of doing math to the point where they were, you can find memes, little video memes about like how it takes so long to do, the addition problem with the way that the Common Core, the new math, is doing it, and then the other person just does the math and then eats a sandwich, and it's a whole joke. Now apply that to misinformation, right? That same kind of process is like people are resistant to change in that regard. Okay. Okay, so if you were here yesterday, let me go grab it. We'll refresh. One second. Here we go. So yesterday, we saw this article from 1995 about why the web won't be nirvana from Clifford Stoll. You know, and Cliff, my man Cliff, talking about how because there's no salespeople online, people won't use the internet to buy stuff. What's missing from this electronic wonderland? Human contact. Right? Like, I definitely feel two ways about this. There is value in human contact in meat space, right? Like, absolutely. You need contact with other human beings. Yeah, I remember Homozygote had on a renowned history teacher from Louisiana. He talked about how he would actively incorporate and encourage his kids to bring him articles and news stories that their parents would talk about over dinner. He would then go over them with the kids and practice learning how to evaluate claims and evidence with them. It's a pretty interesting approach. Yeah, it's also dangerous, right? Like, and not like Rod, that teacher, but by the same token, it's like people have irrationally strong like attachment to their belief systems, and if you threaten them, you know, like the idea of some misinformation, you know, is down the road from like people reacting to trans folks, you know, in school. Like, you continue to roll those kind of things back, you eventually get to whatever misinformation. You know, this is why we need to, for no other reason, and many other reasons, but if for no other reasons, why we need to stop disinformation, like, at the jump. Because rolling that back and, like, this particular rollback doesn't affect me, it does in fact affect you because you've already given up too much ground. All right, computers and discount the fawning techno burble about virtual communities, right? Like, I have a techno burbled virtual community. I am part of other techno burbled virtual communities. Computers and networks isolate us from one another. They also promote contact with people. Like, I would never know any of you, right? If not for the internet, if not for Twitch, if not for this process, I would not know you. We don't live near each other. There's a balance. I don't want to say an overvalue of, you know, people who live around you, but there's a balance, right? Like, being able to get in contact with more people who want to have discussions around AI. Like, none of my friends are in chat, right? None of my meat space. The only person I know who occasionally shows up in chat is my wife. And she is not currently here. A network chat line is a limp substitute for meeting friends over coffee. I got my coffee. Friends, you got your coffee? Maybe. No interactive multimedia display comes close to the excitement of a live concert. Two things. One, I didn't really like live concerts, generally speaking, before COVID, and I definitely don't like them now. And who'd prefer cyber sex to the real thing? Depends, right? While the internet beckons brightly, seductively flashing an icon of knowledge as power, this non-place lures us to surrender our time on Earth. A poor substitute it is, this virtual reality where frustration is legion and where, in the holy names of education and progress, important aspects of human interactions are relentlessly devalued. I don't think they're relentlessly devalued. I think that there's a lot more going on than to just point to one thing and say one thing bad, right? So why did I bring this article up again? Because I found a video. This is Cliff Stoll. And I only pre-watched part of it.
Mathematician, astronomer, and accidental computer security sleuth. Meet Clifford Stoll, an inspiration to millions, a tech icon, and a hero of the digital revolution.
What? Did I just read an article from a hero of the digital revolution? It didn't feel like an article from a hero of the digital revolution.
Good science. When you're doing good science, you're not interested in, oh, wow, I'm going to make money from this. When you're doing good science, you're not saying, oh, I'm going to make something that'll solve these problems. No, that's engineering. Quality science, pure science, means having a question, not knowing the answer, and figuring out a reasonable answer.
That's fair.
Good science, to me, is good entertainment. As soon as you say, oh, the reason why I'm going to learn the violin is to make a lot of money, you've lost sight of the real reason to play the violin. Same with science. As soon as you say, oh, I'm going to work on this because if I can understand how this crystal works, I can make a better whiz-bang solid-state Framus that will, dare I say, change our world around us. No, that's not science anymore. I rather look at science as a chance to more deeply understand our world around us. Science to me is a chance to explore and figure things out rather than a requirement that I do something that has this useful and perfect application. In that sense, there is a distance between science, which is oftentimes fooling around and trying to understand what makes things tick, and engineering, which is to build a device which in some way or another is useful and will perhaps generate something which can be turned into, if not turn it into something that's financially useful or generates money, is at least cool enough that others will want to know about it. So, to me, I'm more interested in...
If you don't know what that object that he had was, if you've ever seen or gone to like a science museum or something, they sometimes do an experiment where like they hold a rod out and it produces like like a bolt of electricity in between the thing. That he was turning the thing which spins the belt creates static electricity, the static electricity goes into the bell housing at the top, and that's what that was. I love the chaos in this dude's office. I'm not gonna lie. Like, My man just does, and like is not great at organization. I feel that in my soul.
What is not just, oh, here's something that, oh, it's neat looking, but what about the sound of it? What makes this sound different? Why does it sound this way? What is it about echoes? What is it about spheres that I can.
And another thing, like, he has maintained, or at least is demonstrating, a childlike curiosity, right? A willingness to do something that another person might consider silly. Like, he is a renowned, scientist, right? Like, he is somebody. And he's willing to put his face in this metal bowl and talk and do the thing. Like, there is value in that, right? Like, there is value in that level of childlike curiosity, especially going outside and really looking at all sorts of different things with, like, why is this brick becoming discolored? Why is this what grows, like, really touching grass, like, really, like, looking at the grass and with that childlike sense of wonder. Now, it's not science unless you write down your observations. That is a key distinction.
That I can move things around. And how does the echoes inside of a sphere remind me of or have parallels with, say, electrons going around a nucleus in a hydrogen atom? Turns out that there's a surprising parallel between the two, but you hardly ever learn about it till you study quantum mechanics. No, I'm interested in science less as a way of coming up with solutions to problems, and more of a way as a way of satisfying curiosity. It's not knowing the answer that's fun for me. Tell me the answer, I'll yawn. Give me a question, that's where it's at. After all, the real hook, the thing that grabs me, is a question mark. Hooks are, upside down question marks. They work great. And periods, the end of a sentence, that little dot at the end of the sentence. You kind of shrug and you say, okay, so.
That's exactly what it is, yeah. As much as we like to meme on NDT, he has a great point about letting children experiment and tinker with things rather than necessarily saying, don't touch that all the time. Practicing that curiosity at a young age creates and strengthens all sorts of neural pathways that translate to valuable skills in the science world. And that aspect of it actually informs a bunch of, like, my behaviors around children and why I allow, like, a certain level of chaos and that kind of thing. Like, the adult in me can sometimes have challenges with that, of course, because I have to clean the thing again. But I try to rein that in as much as is reasonably possible in order to allow for exactly what he was talking about. And yeah, like, again, people are fallible. They're not going to hit all the marks. This video gives another side to a person who, in that Newsweek article, really did not come across as, maybe knowing what the hell he was talking about, or his predicted possibilities, or more he was looking at it from too much personal bias in his expectations of what the internet was capable of going forward. All that together, it's like he is a complete human being. This is exactly the kind of person I want talking about science to kids, right? Like that idea of the question mark being a hook, right? In the way, like, his mannerisms, all that, it's going to grab kids. They are going to identify with that and like that. This is the advantage of, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill is like, there's a meme. He's not actually a science guy. He's an engineer and blah, 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 blah. But his presentation brought a tremendous amount, and still does, a tremendous amount of value to getting kids interested in exploration, and to a certain extent, adults. You know what I mean? Like, no one is perfect. And we should all be a little more forgiving of each other's failures.
So what? Go on to the next.
Or choose a different word that isn't failures. You know what I mean?
Next one. Inside of every cradle, at every birth.
You mean people are multifaceted, nuanced beings that have a complex array of behavior? Blasphemy, Globus. My one limited interpretation of his behavior based on his one flaw is the only one I will accept. There's two. Can we all agree? Like, you don't have to say it in chat. I'm not asking for ones in chat, but can we all agree that, like, maybe more appreciation for the multifaceted, nuanced nature of beings is to our collective benefit?
With every baby, there's a question mark, a mystery, a wonderment, a fascination. What's going to happen? Who will this child become? Every grave, every casket has a period at the end of a story. Here's the story of this person's life. In the same sense, I'm interested in the question marks. I'm interested in seeing where the curiosity will lead to. Not, oh, where have we been?
And like, there's an interesting thing that's happening within this dynamic as well, because this is, what up, Jamie? Oh, fair enough. There is, like, this is from 2009, this AT&T Thingwits, and then the article, is from 95, but this picture here is taken from that video. So at some later point, they updated this, like sometime around 2009, probably. They updated this article. And it's interesting, like, I would too. Like, I bagged on him a little when I was reading the article, but I'm just bagging on the take. The man himself, I like him. All right.
What we know for certain.
Okay, before we get into this, I'm going to use a bathroom real quick, and then I will be back, and then we'll get into the longer video content. I'm hoping to get through both of these. I really want to get through the one about Foundation, but I felt that I needed to watch this about AI and filmmaking, because this person obviously has strong opinions. So I will be right back.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus. The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible, that the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money, a plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
Today, the Globus Group supplies 90 countries and protects everyone, from oil riggers to frontline medics. That's more than a quarter of a century dedicated to looking after people's safety.
The Globus never sleeps.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
Then we can achieve our goal by going before the council and making our demands explicit.
The Globus never sleeps.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
And we're back. All right. Let's do the damn thing.
What we know for certain is that at some point in the early 21st century, we marveled at our own magnificence as we gave birth to AI.
And then, we mostly just used it to plagiarize art. That's what this episode's about.
Okay. I hope that this individual demonstrates a an understanding of the way that AI generates content rather than just has an opinion and structures their commentary accordingly.
Buongiorno.
Patrick, you're back. How was the premiere?
It was incredible. I walked the red carpet, mingled with the stars. It was a true Roman holiday, and I was Audrey Hepburn.
Not Gregory Peck?
Nope. Rome was invigorating. The history, the culture, the spaghetti, and I'm ready to bring this sun-kissed energy to today's episode.
Apologies to any Italians in the audience.
In Pursuit of Cruise, Her Suit, a definitive ranking of Tom Cruise's hairstyles.
It's perfect timing. YouTube's been feeling really hollow lately. Must be all these AI Wes Anderson parodies.
People are making Wes Anderson parodies? I did that years ago. Yeah, in my younger days, I studied Wes Anderson's whole style, wrote a script, made costumes. My friends and I shot it all over the city. I mean, it took months of work, but...
Yeah, I'm getting a vibe, right? Like, I'm getting a vibe.
But you have memories that'll last a lifetime.
Well, people aren't making them. They're just getting AI to do all the stuff you just said.
Oh, hey, you're back from Italy. What are you guys up to?
Ciao, Dave.
I'm just showing Patrick how people are using AI to create videos, ostensibly rendering our careers obsolete.
Wait a second, let me see this. What is this?
Okay, yeah, I feel some context is in order. Hold on. Because this is kind of like over dramatizing what is actually these are not the ones these are not the droids I was looking for. There was just an AI Wes Anderson, right? Like, okay, so let's watch this real quick. Hold up.
Reboot like never before. This summer, Wes Anderson brings you a side of the Star Wars universe you've never seen before, the Galactic Menagerie. Join this ragtag crew of unlikely heroes as they navigate the absurdity of the cosmos, challenge the Empire, and redefine what it means to be a rebel.
Our mission is simple. We steal the Emperor's artifact, save the galaxy, and maybe find ourselves along the way.
For this mission, we'll need lightsaber, blaster, thermal detonator, paper airplanes, spare parts, and R2-D2.
With a star-studded ensemble featuring the galaxy's most eccentric cast, the Galactic Menagerie is the most delightfully offbeat Star Wars adventure yet. Starring Timothée Chalamet, Scarlett Johansson, Edward Norton, Bill Murray, Jeff Goldblum, William Dafoe, Adrian Brody, and Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Coming to theaters this summer, may the Force be with you.
In the quaintest corner of the universe.
Okay. So when I saw, not this one, like I saw another one, and looking on the side here, there's apparently like way more than I was aware of. But this is what we refer to as a joke, right? This is funny, right? Now you have to appreciate Wes Anderson to kind of get the joke, right? But it's just a joke, bro. And you made a 47-minute video about this joke. Maybe not. Maybe there's a premise and it's just a jumping off point. But my man Gremlo is a proponent of saying about how the right wingers, especially like your Ben Shapiro's and whatnot are, failed theater kids and like that. And like, again, that stuff did not just apply to the right wing. Like, there are many, and I'm not saying my man is a failed theater kid. I'm just saying, like, maybe he's a successful one, which also carries its own problem.
Don't people understand? This isn't real filmmaking. Okay, Emma, we're bumping the Tom Cruise hair video. This is what today's episode is going to be about.
Yeah, these lazy AI bums need to be taken to task. We can come crashing down on them like the vengeful fist of an unforgiving ancient god, laying waste to all non-believers. Their screams will be the cacophonous motif to your ascension on a throne made of their skulls. Fig Newton?
Just like the fresh figs of old Italia. Molto bene.
Okay, so there may be layers of humor here that I did not initially appreciate. We're going to keep going.
We're gonna need you to get that all out of your system before you get in front of a camera.
See.
There's a lot going on here.
Well, folks, we did it. We pulled off Mission Impassable. I went to Rome. I attended the Dead Reckoning Part 1 world premiere. Everything is going great. And then I got back home and saw some stuff that annoyed me so much that I just have to make a video about it. And look, if you watch this show, you know that I mostly stick to talking about things that I like. I hate being a bummer, so that's how you know this is a big deal.
Patrick, there's still time to pivot back to the video about Tom Cruise's hair.
That can wait, Emma. This is more important. So over the past year, there has been an explosion of AI-generated...
So, like, just a commentary on presentation. Like, the jokes that are happening here cause me to question the sincerity of the point that he's trying to make. Right? Like... And maybe that it is something that I would appreciate. This is the first time I watch any of this dude's content. And maybe there's something like there that it will be more understood by longtime viewers. I'm just like you're telling me that this is a big deal, and then you're making jokey jokes, and it's a weird like duality. You know what I mean?
Art, and I'm putting art in quotation marks here. Using tools like Midjourney and ChatGPT, now all one has to do is type in some prompts, and in no time at all, the programs will auto-generate shockingly detailed and realistic.
If you are a user of these tools, you will know that that prompt will produce a terrible outcome, right? Like, that is my main concern going into this video. Maybe I should shut up because we're only 4.5 minutes in.
Imagery, writing, audio, and animation. Now, you no longer need any talent, skill, practice, or education to produce art that looks like it was created by professionals. Some of the AI art that has garnered the most attention, going viral multiple times in the last 6 months, are imitations of the work of Wes Anderson, imagining what various franchises might look like if directed by him. This started with a handful of images visualizing a theoretical Wes Anderson take on the Avengers that really blew up when enthusiastically shared by those lovable scamps, the Russo brothers. But it really kicked into another gear in April, when a company called Curious Refuge released a series of videos imagining Wes Anderson-directed versions of Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, and Avatar. Since then, there have been countless imitators that haven't quite achieved the same degree of viral success. Wes Anderson versions of Harry Potter, and Jurassic Park, and Spider-Man, and Justice League, and Hunger Games, and multiple versions of The Matrix. Just a few days ago, Instagram recommended me a series of AI-generated images imagining a Wes Anderson version of Succession. And come on guys, that has existed for 20 years and it's called the Royal Tenenbaums. Part of why
I did not like the Royal Tenenbaums. I did like Succession. I don't know. I completely disagree with his analysis on that score.
I wanted to talk about this is that I sort of have a special connection to the subject of Wes Anderson parody trailers. Back in 2015, I released a video called What If Wes Anderson Directed X-Men, which honestly still
Yeah, I'm really trying to cut this guy as much benefit of the doubt as I can, but this sounds intensely personal the farther we go into it.
Might be the thing I'm best known for. It's kind of the same general idea as these new AI videos, except that I spent months working on it with my actual human friends instead of having a computer make it in a day. And to be clear, I wasn't even the first person to make a What If Wes Anderson Directed video. Jeff Loveness, writer of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, made Wes Anderson's Spider-Man all the way back in 2010. So anyway, on the one hand, I'm looking at these new Wes Anderson videos going, guys, we did this years ago. It's over. But even despite the been there, done that aspect, there's a lot more that bothers me about them. I can already hear some people saying now, hey man, these are just some fun YouTube videos where people are playing around with some new toys. Why are you making a whole video about this instead of talking about real movies? Well, hypothetical straw man, I'm making a whole video about it because what right now seems like just some tech-curious people playing around with new tools could actually be the beginning of a very serious shift that will affect real movies. Actually, I'm willing to bet that by the time I finish writing this essay, enough new evidence will have appeared to confirm that, yeah, AI art is affecting way more than just YouTube videos, and not in a good way. Before we get into the videos themselves, we have to answer the question, why Wes Anderson? Why do people keep parodying him more than any other filmmaker? Why did I do it in the first place?
Because it was funny.
In my case, I actually had a whole series of videos on this channel imagining what various superhero movies would look like if made by directors ranging from Sergio Leone to Ingmar Bergman to Noah Baumbach to Werner Herzog. But I totally understand why the Wes Anderson one was the most successful.
Because it was
Anderson
funny.
straddles the line between art house and mainstream. Even if his movies don't do blockbuster level box office, even the most casual moviegoers are familiar with him and understand what his movies look and feel like. There's probably no other filmmaker working today with such an immediately identifiable style. Like sure, Spielberg and Scorsese are more famous, but ask a random person to describe what one of their movies looks like and you're not going to get a clear answer. But everyone knows what a Wes Anderson movie looks like. You can spot it 100 yards away. It's ripe for parody because there's a set of characteristics that apply to just about every film he's made. We're talking about symmetrical framing, static shots, camera movement either parallel or perpendicular to the action, almost always on a dolly. Bill Murray, flat backgrounds, the camera almost always at eye level. Warm color palette leaning into yellowish hues. Owen Wilson, dry, subdued performances from the actors. Perfectly tailored clothing. Insert shots of books and objects shot from straight overhead. Jason Schwartzman, handmade analog filmmaking and stop motion animation. Anyway, you get the idea. Because the characteristics are relatively simple, they can be imitated pretty easily with little to no budget. You can see this on display in the recent TikTok trend of "My Day But Make It Wes Anderson," where people just shoot a montage of an average day in their life, but with the visual tropes of a Wes Anderson movie. Which brings us to the AI versions. As I mentioned earlier, the whole AI Wes Anderson thing began with those Avengers images late last year. And honestly, even aside from how they were made, I think these are pretty weak. They don't even have the framing or lighting of a Wes Anderson movie. Like, plenty of people doing fan art over the years have done it way better. But the main thing I want to focus on here are the videos produced by Curious Refuge. Star Wars by Wes Anderson, Lord of the Rings by Wes Anderson, and Avatar by Wes Anderson. All three released within the span of a month. Before this, the company Curious Refuge wasn't in the business of narrative storytelling at all.
Welcome to Curious Refuge. This channel is going to be super random, but that's exactly the way it should be.
They made tutorials about Adobe After Effects and other software. They had a course called The Curious Millionaire that taught how to make money as an entrepreneur. And then, one day, they released the Star Wars by Wes Anderson video, which, I gotta say, delivers on its premise a lot better than that Avengers stuff. It has the framing, it has the cast of actors, even if the person they claim is Scarlett Johansson looks like Millie Bobby Brown instead. But overall, yeah, sure, that looks like a Wes Anderson Star Wars.
So it got better over time.
The video went viral, and in the YouTube comments section at least, got an extremely positive reaction.
So people liked it.
Curious Refuge immediately changed their entire business to focus on AI filmmaking.
Which, in the framework of trying to make money, pivoting to the thing that is making you the most money would make sense.
And they currently have an AI filmmaking course available for the low price of $500.
Positive YouTube comments? A sure sign of trouble to come.
In an interview, Curious Refuge co-founder Caleb Ward,
he got his teeth fixed.
The guy who made these videos, broke down in detail how they were put together. It turns out he didn't even come up with the idea himself. He asked ChatGPT to give him a list of potential viral YouTube videos, and one of the ideas it generated was Wes Anderson's Star Wars.
We used AI to come up with the idea for the video. I basically went to ChatGPT.
I'm not fully convinced, actually, that this is not AI. Like, this has all the hallmarks of being an actual person, but this Curious Refuge dude, like, I'm getting AI vibes off of him.
And I was like, give me some.
This, just so you're prepared, this may be another example of the emergent AGI that's actually out here doing stuff, and then we are just, like, watching it happen. Like, you know, it would be kind of hilarious.
Some ideas that people might enjoy. And it came up with a bunch of ideas, and Star Wars by Wes Anderson was one of them. And instantly I was like, oh yeah, I think that would do well.
ChatGPT also wrote the script and generated the shot list. Then Midjourney was used to create the shots, with human animation added by DID and narration by 11 Labs. The only actual human element in the entire thing came from refining the images and adding some subtle animation to make the still images seem like live action.
And like generating the idea and providing the impetus for why the entire thing even exists. Like, don't leave that out. That's a valuable part, is that first impetus to action, right? The only reason any piece of art anywhere, don't look at me like that, I'm right, you know it. The only reason any piece of art anywhere exists starts with the idea to create something. And then from there, they chose to use these particular tools to create something. Now, you can not like it, but a lot of people apparently did.
Part of the reason Wes Anderson has become the go-to filmmaker for AI users to imitate is that his visual style works with the limitations of AI. Right now, AI animation software capable of creating complex movement isn't widely available to the public and also looks pretty janky, so most people are working with Midjourney.
It's from 3 weeks ago. We saw some of the video, which looks significantly less janky,
which only creates still images. But since Wes Anderson's movies are full of static shots of people posed carefully in the center of the frame, his style can be replicated fairly accurately.
So true. If they really wanted to impress us, they'd do Oliver Stone's Star Wars or Tony Scott's The Avengers.
Look, I'll admit I came in here pretty skeptical about this whole AI thing, but I try to give everything a fair shake.
Really?
And I always like to do my research, so I hopefully know what I'm talking about.
Okay, cool.
So I decided to try an experiment. Since the Curious Refuge dude gave a full breakdown of his process for making one of these videos, I thought, hey, maybe I should use that same process to make one of my own. And I'll use it to make a Wes Anderson X-Men. I already did this the difficult old-fashioned way, so let's see how this new version compares.
Keep bringing it up.
Did this feel weird? Yup. Am I using tools that are ethically pretty questionable? Yup. Is this hopefully in service of the greater good and therefore justifies my actions? I hope so. So anyway, here's what I did. First, I went to ChatGPT and gave it the prompt, script for an X-Men movie trailer directed by Wes Anderson. Then I instructed ChatGPT to turn that script into a shot list. Then I spent a few minutes learning how to use Midjourney to get the right results. Turns out, Midjourney works through a Discord server. Weird. Anyway, then I used Midjourney to create each of the shots on the shot list. Then I ran those through DID to make the people move a little bit. And finally, I used 11 Labs to generate the narration. And so, here it is, my AI-generated Wes Anderson X-Men.
In a world where mutants live among us, meet the X-Men, an extraordinary group of individuals, led by Professor Xavier, the master of the mind, Jean Grey, the guardian of all things fragile, Quicksilver, the fastest thing on Earth, at least for now, Rogue, the one who steals life's hues. But when a sinister force threatens to tear their world apart, Magneto, the master of magnetism, will stop at nothing to achieve his vision. In a world of chaos, they'll discover the strength of their bonds and the power of their differences. This summer, witness the extraordinary world of the X-Men, as reimagined by Wes Anderson. Starring Bill Murray as Professor X, Tilda Swinton as Jean Grey, Owen Wilson as Quicksilver, Saoirse Ronan as Rogue, Adrian Brody as Nightcrawler, Jason Schwartzman as Gambit, and Ralph Fiennes as Magneto. X-Men: Asymmetrical Harmony.
Okay, so after spending a whole day of my life making that.
What up, Lenny? I could tell from the script that he did zero editing on it. And maybe the curious guy did, but like, what up, Ponder Monkey? It was okay. Kind of amusing. We'll leave it at that.
I have to say, it sucks. Like, that is a bad video. And I don't just mean it sucks because Midjourney is awful at group shots and some of the faces are kind of fucked up. Like, if that's your argument against AI, you are missing the forest for the trees, because the truth is this AI stuff is rapidly improving and those issues will be fixed soon.
Okay,
like, remember when
good.
we all laughed at the weird hands with too many fingers? And now, hey, they took care of all that.
Right.
And if we want to nitpick, there are also easy things to complain about, like where did they get that X-Men team? There's no Cyclops or Wolverine or Storm, and yet Quicksilver makes the cut? This is an embarrassing mistake for AI, but it is a great win for Quicksilver. Like a real Cinderella story, like a 16th seed winning March Madness. Good for you, Pietro. But look, the real problem here is that this doesn't even feel like a Wes Anderson movie. or even a trailer for a Wes Anderson movie. Like the title, X-Men Asymmetrical.
So you did zero effort and the AI is responsible for the outcome. Okay.
Harmony? That sounds more like a prog rock album than a Wes Anderson movie. His titles are always to the point, like the name of the setting of the film. Asteroid City, The Darjeeling Limited, I Love Dogs, The Grand Budapest Hotel. It's the same thing with these other videos, like The Galactic Menagerie, The Whimsical Fellowship. What is this? These aren't imitating Wes Anderson movies. They are imitating the 2013 SNL Wes Anderson parody.
The Midnight Coterie of Sinister Intruders.
And the thing about that parody is that it had narration by Alec Baldwin, which was a riff on the Royal Tenenbaums, which Alec Baldwin also narrated.
Royal Tenenbaum bought the house on Archer Avenue in the winter of his 35th year.
And so, all of these AI parodies also have narrators, despite the fact that A, they don't sound like Alec Baldwin, and B, none of the actual trailers for Wes Anderson's real movies have narration. So if you don't have Alec Baldwin, there's no joke, and it's just an inaccurate imitation. These videos reduce Wes Anderson to...
Okay. Some of you might know this about me, but like that point he just made before the cut, that resonates with me. Like, if your joke is so like off the mark that like you are not like making a joke based on the thing, I'm not going to find it funny. So respect. I will give him a point for that one, right? We're 18 minutes in and I'll give him that one. I don't know, like I've watched some Wes Anderson, the Steve Zissou one is like one of my all-time favorites. I found the Darjeeling Limited and the Royal Tenenbaums unwatchable and gave up. So Wes Anderson himself is kind of hit or miss for me. So the fact that the joke was wrong didn't hit me, right? Like, from watching that Star Wars one we watched earlier, or even his X-Men one. Like, they felt enough like what I was expecting that they felt like they were accurate to make a joke out of. You know what I mean?
To an Instagram filter, a checklist of style tropes to be pasted onto something. There is no effort to engage with his work on a deeper level than just skimming through some trailers with no sound. For one thing, despite what AI would have you believe, his movies do not consist entirely of static shots with the same framing. From the very beginning, his work has been incredibly kinetic. There are the epic slow-motion dolly shots, the sparingly used chaotic handheld shots. His stop-motion work has even more energy as the camera tracks perfectly alongside characters running and flipping and dancing through scenes. Wes Anderson movies have action scenes. Why do people forget this? And while he's had a consistent aesthetic baseline...
Again, like, I think that, like, what you just said, like... Wes Anderson's movies have action scenes. Why do people forget this, right? Like, not just the guy who created the AI stuff, but like people. Like, there is an aesthetic that's associated with Wes Anderson, and it is not action, right? Like, it is dialogue. It is clever dialogue and deadpan delivery. So...
through his entire filmography, it has evolved over time. The French Dispatch looks wildly different from Rushmore, and depending on the film, he'll use different aspect ratios and film stocks and color palettes. None of these AI videos bother to get into the actual stories of these hypothetical movies. They deliver the basic premise of the original film, but do nothing with how Anderson might approach it.
Right, it's a joke. They're jokes. They're all jokes. You reduce things to what makes them different and forget the similarities. More efficient. Absolutely. Like that. The entire idea of memes, right? Like, is a thing where like you boil it down to some particular intrinsic element that is that the meme speaks to, right? And is expressed by the meme, you know, like that's why we get memes. These Wes Anderson, basically their minute-long memes are referencing that energy. That's what they're bringing to the table. Like, I don't know exactly what you expect out of a meme, right? Like, this guy apparently wants, like, the leftist meme where it's, you know, a whole paragraph of dialogue.
There are no scenes, or dialogue, or relationships between the characters. The thing that annoys me the most about these videos is that they completely ignore the humanity of his movies, which is as important, if not more so, than the aesthetics.
This guy really loves Wes Anderson, and these memes hurt his feelings.
See, while all Wes Anderson's movies are fun, they're also all sad. Nearly every one of his movies is about people dealing with grief in some way.
Every Wes Anderson movie is Wes Anderson working through his personal issues in real time. That's what a Wes Anderson movie is, dude.
At the start of his latest film, Asteroid City,
I want to see this.
Jason Schwartzman's character is struggling to figure out how to break the news to his children that their mother has died. The Darjeeling Limited is about three brothers processing the recent death of their father. The Life Aquatic is about a man seeking revenge for the death of his best friend, and along the way he meets his estranged son who, spoilers, also dies. Almost every one of his movies is about people who are broken in some way or another, finding some kind of meaning or purpose or belonging in a unique location or community.
Right.
In Asteroid City, it happens when the characters are quarantined in a small desert town. In the Grand Budapest Hotel, a young refugee finds his purpose under the tutelage of an eccentric hotel concierge. In The French Dispatch, it's the collection of writers for the titular magazine. In The Life Aquatic, it's the boat. In The Royal Tenenbaums, a dysfunctional family reunites in their childhood home to try to mend their many emotional wounds. The thing is, if these AI parodies were actually any good, and they wanted to put in any effort, they could absolutely embrace those themes. Like, for example, in the Star Wars one, they could have Luke Skywalker grieving the deaths of his aunt and uncle, and finding a new purpose on board the Millennium Falcon with this eccentric group of rebels. Lord of the Rings is already about a strange collection of people on a potentially doomed quest, like The Life Aquatic. There are difficult group dynamics and tension, everyone's dealing with their own shit. You could have, like, I don't know, Gandalf as the emotionally manipulative leader who gets angry and takes it out on the group when Galadriel won't sleep with him. But none of that is in the AI versions. These are unable to probe any deeper than going, Bill Murray is in Wes Anderson movies and he's an old man. Gandalf is an old man. So here, nightmarishly, is Bill Murray's face pasted on Gandalf's head.
And that's funny, right? That is the joke, right? Like Owen Wilson Owen Wilson needs to be in the parody for it to be funny.
Also, there's this really important fact that everyone keeps overlooking, which is that Wes Anderson makes comedies.
She's been murdered, and you think I did it.
And none of these videos are remotely funny. Like, there are zero jokes. It sucks. I mean,
the entire thing is a joke. The entire thing is a joke. The entire thing is a joke, and again, the entire thing is the joke. He's mad. He's big mad.
Artificial intelligence, more like shartificial into my pants.
That sucked.
Thank you.
Yes, Emma, it did suck. But it sucked in a way that only a human could suck. As I've mentioned
Right,
already,
second
I've
point.
made a Wes Anderson parody before. And I'm not saying there's only one correct way to do it. I'm
You
not
are.
even saying
You
mine
are,
is
in fact,
amazing.
are.
There's a lot I'd do differently now. But I do think that mine is pretty solid. So here is how I tried to do it years before using AI was even an option. My goal with the video was for it to be less of a parody and more like
And now we're going to do 3 minutes about you talking about your video. You'll notice if you look here, right, there's this peak which shows that this is the point at which people bailed on listening to him talk about his Wes Anderson X-Men video and moved on to the next section. Analytics, my dude. It's like the guy who's at the party complaining about the music being too simplistic and poppy. Like, that's the point, dude. The vibe of the atmosphere went over your head. Exactly. Like, all right. Sorry to do this to you, Chad, but I'm not going to be. It's not going to be said that I haven't listened to every word that this man said.
a filmmaking exercise. I didn't want to do what that SNL video had done and just plug in characters and moments from his other movies into a new context. I tried to do my best take on how I thought Anderson might actually approach that material. I picked X-Men because in a lot of ways
It's literally a love letter to Wes Anderson, and go off, King.
it already was a Wes Anderson movie. It was a group of brilliant teens, or gifted youngsters, living in an elaborately decorated mansion with an emotionally distant father figure, and they all wear coordinated yellow and blue jumpsuits. Like, that is all just a part of the original premise. And making this video did not just take a couple of days. First, I went through and rewatched all of Anderson's movies, taking notes on recurring themes and types of characters and relationships. The idea was to go deeper than just a checklist of stylistic elements. And wow, I am really sorry if this sounds way too pretentious for a silly YouTube video, but what I'm getting at is I put a lot of effort into it. Anyway, since Anderson obviously has a fondness for media from the 1960s, I went back and used the original core X-Men team from 1963. Big sci-fi action isn't really his thing, so I thought it made sense to have Magneto be a pretentious author who's like an intellectual rival of Professor X. We built a scale cross-section model of the mansion so we could add the characters in with green screens and have these shots like in The Life Aquatic. Oh, and our real secret weapon was that we used the actual Royal Tenenbaum's house because at the time I lived like 5 minutes away in Harlem. So the point of all this was to study a filmmaker that I love and actually try to figure out, to the best of my ability,
I actually think, like, that having a budget and doing a Wes Anderson version of the X-Men, what his idea is, I like that idea. Like, I've been reading comics my like almost my entire life, right? Like, I've always had access to comics, always been reading comics. And I see what his vision is, and I totally respect it. And in conjunction with the Wes Anderson and that original X-Men team and what he's trying to get across, I respect what he's trying to do. But, like, again, I think he admits to his own pretension in the course of this, and it is clear.
Is, okay, how would he actually make this movie? And then, of course, the other point was to have fun with my friends. This whole thing was a big collaboration. My friend Kendra made the uniforms and also played Storm. My sister supervised the rest of the costumes, and we had a big day finding all the pieces at various thrift stores. My friend Zach played Wolverine, and his brother Ben built the model for us. And then the usual crew, including original Chloe and dearly departed Jake, played the rest of the characters. We had a couple of fun, frantic weekends running all over New York City filming it. And if you'll allow me to get sentimental for a minute, part of what depresses me about these AI videos is that they might discourage people from doing what I did all those years ago, getting a group of friends together to make a fun, low-budget project. If you had...
Okay. Low budget is still a budget. You know, the theoretically you can make the costumes out of stuff which is relatively cheap and available, but like cameras and all that other shit, that shit costs money. And unless you have access to it, so the idea is not necessarily that it would prevent people from, you know, going out with their friends and making a movie. If you have access to a movie camera, you know, or these days you could probably do a decent job with a good phone and, you know, just like, you know, if you were to get like a broomstick, cut it to the right height or maybe multiple, and then put like a little piece of wood on top of that to hold it steady, just something simple like that, you might be able to put out something relatively decent. But like, there's the people who don't have access to a bunch of that stuff, or who might not be able to do it for, let's say, other reasons. Right? You live 5 minutes away from the Royal Tenenbaums house. Not everyone does that. Some people are not in a place where that exists. Some people, shocker, don't have a lot of friends. Through no fault of their own. They just... I had very few friends when I was a kid. Right? Like, I had a couple good friends, and then that was really it. I didn't have access to any kind of camera. Is of course much younger than this, but like they were making movies back then.
Had the budget and the time, you could actually have done this without all of these tools, but you wouldn't have because it would have been prohibitively expensive, right? But what you made, you could make another way. It's just you wouldn't have. It's just too time consuming. But now, I think you told me when we were talking the other day, these take you a couple of days to make at this point.
So congrats, dude. You made...
Okay, and like, let's check that. He told that guy it took him a couple of days. This guy said that his X-Men remake with the AI took him a day. So that's indicative of the other dude did put more time and effort to put out a better quality item than you did. You half-assed it just to have something that you could dunk on that you created.
3 Wes Anderson parody videos in 1 month. You have officially killed this kind of thing forever. No one is ever gonna make one again. But beyond Wes Anderson parodies, because honestly, those should be over by now anyway, I work...
Who in the fuck are you to tell... This is the level of pretense that drives me nuts. Like, is that you are the arbiter of what should no longer be done, right? Like, we're done with this. People who, like, that is their energy that they put out.
Worry that young aspiring filmmakers will see these and choose to use AI instead of actually going outside and putting their hands on a camera.
Touch grass.
And that, to me, is just depressing as hell. The funny thing about all this AI talk is that really, none of this stuff actually is artificial intelligence. It's not thinking for itself.
And here we go.
It is incapable of coming up with new ideas. This is machine learning. It's large language models. The idea behind each one of these programs is that they aggregate a ton of stuff that already exists and then regurgitate something similar. So when you open Midjourney and tell it to put an image in a Wes Anderson movie, it looks at a bunch of images of Wes Anderson movies and then does something that looks like an approximation of those.
There's a thing called an homage that a director, like, you're not wrong, old Lobster. There's a thing called the homage that directors do. And again, Quentin Tarantino built an entire career off of looking at other people's movies and then copying that to make his movies, right? Like,
The Curious Refuge guy says that this is the same as artists having influences, that all artists borrow from other artists.
So I am definitely more in the camp of the whole like steal like an artist realm of thinking about creativity. And that idea is essentially that all of us are pulling our creative ideas from other inspiration in our past. We just don't, as humans, know off the top of our head where those sources are coming from.
Which I think is a pretty astounding misunderstanding of what artistic influence actually is.
You're wrong. You are 100% out of pocket wrong. That's exactly what artistic influence is. And I say this because I am an artist and I have produced art. And I have art, and I made art, and I understand where artistic influence comes from. You pretentious prick.
Artistic influence is Wes Anderson taking his love of Hal Ashby, Francois Truffaut, and Jacques Demy, and processing them into a unique approach that expresses his own view of the world. AI art is just a machine for plagiarizing existing art. This guy says that AI is...
I get it. You don't like the AI. You don't like the AI. You can just say it. Just say it.
Democratizing storytelling.
All of these tools are democratizing creativity.
And making it possible for anyone to be a filmmaker. No, I'm sorry, but this is an insane take. Democratizing storytelling is what affordable filmmaking equipment did. It's what, like, iPhones did. It's what the internet did. Those things gave people outside of traditional structures without huge budgets and resources the tools to create films and a free platform with which to reach a wide audience. Arguing for AI filmmaking is saying that people no longer need talent or skill. Like, by this logic,
by your own example, like we have shown that when you put in zero effort into creating the thing versus when you put in 3 times as much effort, so not zero effort, 1 day's worth of effort versus 3 times that 3 days worth of effort, you come out with a superior product. You don't know what you're talking about. This is amazing. Like,
why would you learn to play the violin when you can use AI to create a fake violin recording of the piece of music that you want to play? The Curious Refuge website proudly says that they are, quote, empowering non-traditional artists, which is hilarious to me because that is just another way of saying bad artists. It's like a steakhouse saying
bad artists. You're burning up all the goodwill I gave you earlier in the thing.
Saying we serve non-traditional meals and then giving you a plate with a charred black hockey puck on it. AI filmmaking is a grift.
No. Non-traditional meals would be so like if it was created and people enjoyed it and liked the way it tasted and it offended you because it wasn't the chef who created the food didn't spend an extensive period of time in engaging with learning this process and with the creation of the individual food. Say what you want about McDonald's, but people like it, bro. I'm fucking heard of this guy before he complained over 3/4 of an hour.
It is a way to make something that looks professional without putting in any of the work to learn how to do it for real and without paying an actual cast or crew. Look.
Old Lobster, like, if you had to estimate how much time and effort you put into mastering your use of Midjourney in order to produce outcomes that you desire, you got a ballpark.
Look, I'm not generally one for criticizing other folks on YouTube.
I find that hard to believe,
and I wouldn't do it if I didn't think that this really, truly, genuinely sucks. And if the Curious Refuge people take offense to my comments, all I have to say is, you shouldn't. Because you didn't really make those videos. In that interview, you say that you didn't even come up with the idea itself. There is not a shred of personal expression or taste or humanity in there. I don't even know if this guy likes Wes Anderson movies. This is a machine suggestion for what would be a video that would get views on the internet. So I'm really only criticizing the work of a soulless program that is not alive, and I'm fine with that. After all, there is a good chance that my video from 8 years ago is one of the sources that the AI pulled from to create these new ones. So if anyone is entitled to criticize it, it's me. And also Wes Anderson.
And there's another point, right? Like, because it may have done a thing that I don't know if it did, but I feel like it might have, then therefore I'm justified in these opinions.
It should be clear by now that I'm not really a fan of using AI to produce creative work.
Really?
But this is not an entirely black and white situation.
It
See,
isn't.
what we're calling AI is really just something trained on data sets to perform actions. And that kind of thing has been in use for years, and has some uses.
Remember, it's AI until the point where it does something, at which point it is no longer AI. This is like Ray Kurzweil has numerous examples of exactly that as a process. That's exactly what this dude is doing. It is just machine learning. Well, if it's a machine, then it's artificial. And if it's learning, then it is a form of intelligence, right? That's what machine learning means, fundamentally, right? If you work in machine learning, you might have a different opinion based on something, but as far as I can tell, machine learning means artificial intelligence.
That I think are not just okay, but genuinely positive. There are several tools in programs like Adobe After Effects and Photoshop that meet this definition of AI, like RotoBrush, a tool that detects objects and movement within a shot to automatically rotoscope, or Content-Aware Fill, which scans an image to remove a selected object and creates an extension of the background to fill that space. This is still technically AI, but here it's a tool meant to replace a tedious, repetitive process.
One of the reasons that I wear the headphones with the cord and everything is so that I don't just turn around, get up, and walk away. Because my man literally, like, you negated your own point, right? Like, this is okay because it takes care of a repetitive, tedious task. And
It benefits creativity rather than replacing it, giving more time for artists to make actual creative choices. And this has been happening in the film industry for decades. One of the major technical breakthroughs on the original Lord of the Rings trilogy was the software Massive, developed by Stephen Regalis at Weta Digital, which could create huge animated crowds with each character behaving individually with limited artificial intelligence, instead of requiring visual effects artists to animate every single digital person one by one. And more
why don't you just go out and get 10,000 of your friends to all get together and film it that way? Again, because you arbitrarily draw a line of this is okay because I like it and this is not okay because I don't. And that is unacceptable. That is going to drive me nuts every single time. It's either all or nothing, baby. Exactly. Right? Like, a cast of thousands, literal cast of thousands.
Recently, the Spider-Verse movies used machine learning tools to replicate details, like cross-hatching or Ben-Day dots on characters' faces. And in instances like these, the tools are not replacing human jobs. Like Across the Spider-Verse reportedly had the largest crew of people of any animated movie in history. But again, this is a very, very slippery slope. The slipperiest slope, perhaps. Like a steep mountain covered in ice and banana peels and KY jelly, with a whole bunch of spikes and wolves and spike-covered wolves at the bottom. What seem like helpful tools used by talented artists can easily be abused by the executives at the top who want to increase profits. It's the same kind of thing that happened with the rise of robotics in the auto industry. And here we are arriving at a point where AI can and will start eliminating certain middle-class computer-based jobs. In the past few years, extensive research has been done into using AI to edit movie trailers. The idea is that you feed a full movie into the software and it spits out a trailer based on its own learning of what kind of images and beats have been used in other trailers for successful films. Now, this seems a lot more feasible than like creating a movie from scratch using AI. And you can argue that trailers aren't really art anyway. They're merely marketing tools, so who cares if they're automated? Other than, you know, the editors who make movie trailers and...
My man out here talking about determining how steep slippery slope is.
Have jobs in that industry. But the thing about trailers is there's still artistry in them. AI never would have made the choice to edit the trailer for The Social Network to a girls' choir cover of Creep, or to cut the trailer for A Serious Man around the repeated...
And this is the thing, is exactly, like, this is... The problem is, you say, AI never would have done this. And you have no basis for that other than magic human theory, right? Like the divine spark, that there is something special about humans, that something not human but learning from humans would then be incapable of doing. This to me sounds structurally like a logical fallacy. Like I can't pinpoint which logical fallacy it is, but it sounds like it should be one, right? Like that if something trained by humans produces something, then it is capable at some point in time on the line with creating something that is human-like, right? I mean, the entire nature of education is training not you from your knowledge set. Sky got mad and started jerking off. I do appreciate that bit at the beginning where the nice young lady said the thing about the throne of skulls. I do appreciate the creativity for that.
rhythmic slamming of a man's head against a wall. These moments of actual innovation, the ones that create something.
What was I going to ask? After all the hours of covering people covering AI, why do you think humans have such a tendency and desire to be dismissive of AI tech and its possibility? Is it fear? Go to camera 2. I would say there's 2 primary factors. The first one is fear of replacement, right? The entire idea behind it is that humans are special. That there is something, even people who aren't religious, a bunch of them, I don't have numbers, but a bunch of them believe that humans are special. As opposed to, like, that if ants or, let's say dinosaurs, because dinosaurs had a minute. If dinosaurs had evolved to the ability to create technology like this, there would be no, in my opinion anyway, maybe there would be, I don't know, but there would be no fundamental difference. They could be different in expression, but not different in kind, right? Like they would have their own subtle differences of how, like how their hand structure and other things influence the creation of their technology, like all our technology does. And like the fact that we are like bipedal, standing straight up and down, where dinosaurs had like a forward lean. So there would be another variation in that regard, like those variations aside, you would have something fundamentally similar if they had evolved along our track as opposed to us, as opposed to mammals. I don't regard humans as special like that. And that, I think, is one of those things, is we have a long history of automation, coming for our jobs. And now it is coming for things that we define as very particularly human without doing any analysis of it, right? Like the elephant can create art. It is subjective what about the art that the elephant paints. You're special though. You're a special monkey. The elephant might not paint for the same reason that a human paints, but then again it might. The problem is we have no ability to query the elephant on why it does what it does. So, the other thing is that, like, it's like, related to the thing of the coming for our jobs. We as leftists, right, understand the immigrant took my job trope as being, short-sighted and not grounded in reality for a variety of reasons, right? Like the immigrant didn't take your job. The boss gave the immigrant your job. There's nothing about the immigrant that makes them not worthy of the job. It's just because you had a job and now you don't have a job and now you want to blame it on the immigrant. Like there's a whole bunch of crap that goes along in there. And you, especially as leftists, we have like an empathetic compunction to reject that kind of thinking. And I would say to an extent that even some right-wing folks, right, like traditional, like inherent in Christianity is a lot of that. So if you, and I don't lump all Christians together, there are varying degrees of how they go about their business. And those folks have some empathy for, other people who, they generally do look like you. They have 2 eyes and nose, mouth, hands, all that. They might have a different skin tone, but they still, you recognize them as human, even if you're like a right-wing asshole. The AI has none of that. There is no negative moral penalty for hating the AI. There's actually virtue signaling, or within certain groups, what virtue signaling means virtue. There's virtue signaling in hating the AI, right? I made an entire episode talking shit about Adam Conover's AI takes, because they're entirely informed about his perception of how AI is threatening his livelihood, right? Because it was right before the strike. And once the strike happened and AI became front and center of that, it all made sense to me. But I made a whole video dunking on his video about AI, because it's garbage. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't talk about Adam Conover because I don't want to come across as anti-union. Right? I know when to shut the fuck up. I know when to mind my own fucking business and stay in my goddamn lane. So, I stopped talking about Adam Conover up until this point, and I will then move on and not talk about Adam Conover again up until the strike is over, and then I will go back to roasting Adam Conover for his terrible AI takes. There's no moral penalty for hating AI. So, AI is coming for things that are definitionally human to some people, and there's no moral there's no moral penalty for hating the AI. And that's why people do have their takes about AI. What I want is like people who understand that, right? I don't have any issue with anyone not liking AI art. I think that the financial questions around that AI art are related to big picture issues that we should be resolving collectively. And I've expressed as much, and I will continue to do so, right? But if you don't like AI art, that's fine. This stuff that's all around me here, I think that this is awesome. I love it. And 2 different humans, one created the background and one created the mushrooms over there. Right?
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
What up, Raiders? What up, Hildy? Welcome. How are we doing? What up, old Snake Twitch? What up, Squirrels on Film? What up, Hildy? What up, Grimpy? Hi. How we doing? I'm Globus the Elder. I talk about AI, automation, robotics, the future, so on and so forth. We're currently wrapping up a video about a guy who didn't like the Wes Anderson AI videos, and it made him mad. So we're going to finish that up, and then we're going to watch a video about Foundation, the book series, and like that. Is it your first time here, and any of that sounds good to you, then hit that follow button, and like that. And Hildy, if you're still here I'm going to be sending you a Discord DM a little bit later after stream. I got something I want to talk to you about. All right, so keep on the lookout for that. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. If you didn't see it before, hit this raid link to be counted, and welcome on in.
Something that sticks with people for decades can only be done by real human creativity. AI is improving all the time, but at its very best, you will only ever get serviceable imitations of mediocre products. But the question then is...
Citation needed. Right? Like, what is the justification... is the most replayed. What is your justification for that statement?
Is, do the people in charge care about that? Not to point fingers, but plenty of successful mainstream movies are merely mediocre recycled products. If a piece of software can create that automatically, do the shareholders care about giving up the potential for an amazing masterpiece? The current Writers Guild of America strike has been going on for about 2 months now, and one of the many issues the writers are striking over is AI, and the question of whether studios and production companies are going to try to use AI to replace human writers. As in, of course they're going to try, and the writers obviously don't want that. No one should want that. People who run movie studios, the David Zaslavs of the world, whose primary motives are usually to increase profits and please shareholders and drive up stock prices, are always looking for ways to eliminate risk. The major reason that the film industry has leaned so hard into franchises and IP is that making movies and TV based on familiar properties seems safer than an unknown original idea.
And what there's a contextual piece that none of that is inaccurate, but what informs that context? What informs that context is, what do people go see, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I like new, unique, original movies and shows as much as the next person. What I often see is that when something new and unique and original comes out, it is extraordinarily hit or miss whether or not the people will like it, right? Get out of there. Ferris, got your own food. Sorry, my cat. Right? Like, they did something, you know, the sequels to the Star Wars trilogy, right? Depending on who you talk to, there's like a whole bunch of opinions, let's say. There's strong opinions regarding the Star Wars movies. Right? There was a TV show called Legion, based on the X-Men character Legion. I had to accidentally run into that because I never saw anyone talking about it. It was never, like, out there. But it felt new and original and unique. But it apparently didn't perform that well. So it is... Yes, CEOs and corporations are soulless mechanisms of money generation. I love Legion. It's so good. I don't disagree with any of that. What do you people want? The reason that the MCU is still MCU-ing along, though I like the MCU, is because it performs well. People go see it. There is Firefly. Love Firefly. There is something that gets lost in that, like, yes, Walmart killed the mom and pop store. But how did it do that? Not just being able to undercut their prices. There are other factors involved, right? The centralized distribution of a variety of different products, which appeals to people. The algorithmic distribution, meaning that things are rarely out of stock. There's a whole bunch of other factors that we just kind of throw under the bus when we are trying to, explain that kind of thing. Nightwing movie with Wolfgang Novogratz. I have no idea who that is. Lots of think objectification. The whole Nightwing community wants it, but no, we must make another Batman revamp. I would have taken, what's his name, from Third Rock from the Sun. That kid. That kid is great. I love that kid. Him as Nightwing, I think, would have been great. And I also enjoyed the Batman, the most recent version of Batman. I liked it. Right? People talk about Michael Keaton as being the best Batman, right? Like, that Batman was the best Batman. I completely disagree. The man couldn't turn his head. I was a huge fan of the Christian Bale Batman. That was my peak Batman. But now I would say Sparkly Vampire Boy is the superior vampire or superior Batman, right? It's an aesthetic. It's a choice.
And so you can see, to them, the appeal of AI. The whole idea of recycling and regurgitating existing things that have already proven commercially successful sounds great. What if you no longer had to deal with temperamental artists with their own perspectives who might make choices that turn out to be divisive? After all, how is this really?
What if you no longer had to deal with actors who accidentally fired a gun and killed people or injured people or, and that's a valid opinion, old Snake Twitch. Like, your aesthetic is going to inform what you think is good, and that's completely valid in my point of view. Like, there are people who think the best Batman was the animated series. There are people who have an expectation of Batman to never hit, whatever they find to be like good. And I feel you on all of that. There's an aspect to live action superheroes that I think it gets missed because of things that you can do in comics and graphic novels and even animation that you simply cannot do with movies, right? With live action movies. Like how people bagged on the X-Men costumes because they did not look like the spandex costumes that they wore in the comic books. Like, they shouldn't. Those would have looked like crap, in my opinion. Subscribe to the theory Bruce Wayne could have made much better impact donating money. That is a separate issue, but you're not wrong. The animated series is pretty universally loved. Must say, some don't like it though. Exactly, like it's an aesthetic choice, and that's where I would like this entire AI thing to get to. But again, that means we have to solve the issue of compensation. If we take care of everyone's, universal basic needs with housing, food and clothing, all the things, internet, all the things, right? If we take care of that, I feel like AI art, AI movies, AI whatever, is going to become an aesthetic choice rather than, you know, a threat to someone's livelihood and therefore a problem.
All that different from Disney's ongoing line of live-action remakes of their animated movies. The great irony of this whole situation is that AI could also replace the people at the top. It was always the job of studio executives to decide what projects would get made. They were expected to have good business sense, like to know how best to spend their budget, but also good taste, so they could tell what might make good movies that would resonate with audiences and then make a profit. But in recent years, new AI software has been evolving that can theoretically determine how movies will.
He just did it again. He negated his own opinion. He's talking about how, you know, the execs have good business sense because they create movies that people would like, and yet bags on them for leaning heavily into that to the point where they take safe bets. This man is remarkably inconsistent.
Will perform commercially and what projects should be greenlit. In 2020, Warner Brothers signed a deal with a company called Synalytic to use their predictive analytics to help guide decision-making about what projects to greenlight. It can apparently determine the monetary value of different movie stars in different international territories to predict how a movie will perform. So hey, maybe the people we should really be worrying about are those poor executives with their $30 million salaries.
And again, like, for those of you who are new here, AI coming for the jobs is not just a working class problem. It is an everyone problem, right? And by problem, I mean something that needs to be resolved rather than something that needs to be railed against and nothing done about. White collar, executive, CEO, anything that requires like that knowledge base is going to be threatened because of how even the current models of artificial intelligence work. I have no doubt, and we have read articles on stream, I have no doubt that you could replace most CEOs today with the AI that we already have. With a combination of an LLM and an algorithm, you could replace those, most if not all CEOs. Done. And it goes down from there. It's like, what do the majority of executives do? It's like the two Bobs. What would you say that you do here, right? It's an everyone issue. And that's why I think it's going to transform tweet. What tweet? I don't know what tweet you're talking about, Read and Rap. Yeah, so that.
I hope they're gonna be okay. The weird thing about making a video like this.
Is there anything that Elon does that couldn't be replaced with artificial intelligence?
This is that the story is evolving on a daily basis. Like, I was almost done writing this, and then the news broke that Secret Invasion, the new Marvel show on Disney Plus, used AI to create its opening title sequence.
And again, I've seen other streamers, they have very visceral reactions. They hated this and expressed it. I liked it. I felt it went with the aesthetic. And again, I also like AI art as an aesthetic to begin with. Right? There are certain aspects of it where you can tell. I I don't know that there is, right? Like, because first of all, at the current stage and for the foreseeable future, there is no AI makes thing without a human involved in that creation process. There just isn't. They don't have agency, right? Even these agentic sub-agents that act on behalf of other AIs and that these AIs can create, they still initially start with a human, with expressing an impetus of desire. Like they want to create something, and so they use the AI to create the thing. All AI that currently exists uses a human for its initial action, right? To start it going and like that. And then usually if you're actually concerned about the product that you're producing with the AI, there is some sort of human refinement that comes in that process. In the future, if there is an AI that is capable of creating from its own impetus, I would not necessarily, I would have to say that desire to create makes it human. Like the definition of human is something that needs to expand in that case for a variety of reasons. AI art has reawakened my love for anime art. I got something along with that. It's brought about new ideas for me that I wouldn't have otherwise been able to conjure. Absolutely. Like there's a whole bunch of things that AI like let's say you want to create, like, just even for your own benefit, like, some particular piece of art. I want like a giant robot. I want that because I like giant robot anime. It's my preferred kind. Like any of that. You either have to have money to pay someone to create that art for you, or go through the time and labor alongside everything else that you do over the course of the day to learn how to create that piece of art at some future point, potentially, because you could just never ever be a good artist for the medium that you want to create in, right? Like it is potentially possible that you just might never be able to do it. And this gives you the ability to create the thing that you would like to see in the world right now, in line with all the other stuff that you do over the course of the day.
People immediately freaked out, since it seemed like what we were afraid of was happening sooner than we expected, and here it was the biggest studio on the planet doing it. But it's more complicated than that. See, Method Studios, the VFX company that designed the sequence, apparently did employ a team of designers and animators, and they claimed they used AI simply as a tool in the process, not as a means of replacing skilled human workers. Without knowing the step-by-step process.
And that additional aspect is something that people tend to either be unaware of or completely gloss over, And then, Monkey, you make a good point, right? Like this is one of the things. If Mozart created Mozart with AI, it would still be Mozart. What happens, right? Like people who make statements like this guy about that there is something soulless and like there's no whatever in what the AI creates. When, and I say when confidently, when the future point comes where an artificial entity creates something on its own through its own agency and people like it, what then? What does that mean? If an AI created a piece of music that brought you to tears, then what? And people who say it'll never happen, you're like, all the workers are going to turn into mules and chase me down when I'm holding my mail? Oh, yeah, I really want to play that. I really got to play that. It looks like a good time. It looks like something I would enjoy. But yeah, like, what are we going to do? Neat. I guess I have to play it then. What are we going to do? Right? What are, no, not me, because I'm good. What is this guy going to do? Right? It already did for me. An AI and, I can never say that, dude, extension? And Juice WRLD duet made me cry. I put in Discord. Oh, one of those AI joints. Like, what, something that AI gave to me is more Freddie Mercury. Right? I know it's not Freddie. But if I listen to it, and I listen to AI Freddie Mercury sing Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You, and it sounds like he's sitting at a piano, singing into a microphone, and singing that song, it hits me in the same way that Freddie did. This is Ferris. Say hi to the new people, Ferris.
I guess we have to trust them on this. The director of the show is less helpful, saying that he doesn't really understand how the AI process works. Look, the fact is that this AI stuff is here and it is not going away. And if we trust the people at Method Studios, this does seem like the ideal implementation of the technology as merely another tool that skilled artists can use in their work. But the people who seem most excited about AI are not actually artists themselves. They are the tech bros who pay for a...
I am an artist. Up there is a canvas that I created with my own two hands using spray paint and epoxy. Or actually, I don't... That's just spray paint. That is spray paint. I created the two plants. Can you see that? Up there, you can't really see it, but at the top of that shelf, there's a canvas that I created with my own two hands. I am an artist. By any definition, I am an artist. Right? And I'm excited for AI. And people who make that blanket statement and say, oh, it's just tech bros, you're just wrong. Like, I am proof that you are wrong.
A blue check mark on Twitter, who view AI art as a win over those pretentious artists, and their dream is of a future where it can make movies tailored to their exact specifications, not like the shit Hollywood is making now.
They're like, none of the negative things that he is saying are in any of these tweets that he's showing. Right? Like, they're just talking about the positive aspects of AI, and this guy is assigning statements to them. And again, like, dunking on the AI is like super easy, and no one will give you shit about it. Slightly above that is blue checks. If you have a blue check next to your name on Twitter, no one is going to run defense for you other than other blue checks and Elon. I feel that, like, there is an aspect of the way that people who talk about AI art the way that this guy does have like an elitist attitude towards accessibility to creation. That you need to, like, how many times has this guy told us, if you came in on the raid, you don't know, but how many times has this guy told us about the amount of time that he spent making that Wes Anderson X-Men thing and the amount of time that he invested in it and like that in so many different ways. Like, that the longer something takes, the more value it has. And on one level, I understand that. And on another level, that's a sunk cost fallacy. That's just, there's nothing to justify that. And I say that again as an artist, because I have had works that have taken me weeks to accomplish, and I have had works that went off perfectly the first time, and I was done in a day. And they got me the same amount of appreciation and the same amount of money. So by any metric, time invested in a thing is not, it's not a good metric, right? You will get better at your chosen art form the more effort you put into it, the more time you put into it, the more you learn, the more you practice. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that if a piece of art takes you a day and a piece of art takes you a month, there is fundamentally no difference between the two.
They love the idea of using AI for filmmaking because they don't actually have any talent or skill. For them...
And that's another thing. Anyone who likes AI doesn't have talent or skill. Get fucked.
AI is like a cheat code that allows them to seem like actual artists without doing any actual work. The moral of this story is that AI art sucks.
In your humble opinion. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I will defend this take in the idea of Eminem, right? Eminem is rap. The best Eminem song is Till I Collapse. Till I Collapse is phenomenal. It does all the things. It's a great song and everything else. It is not generally regarded as the best Eminem song because they use different metrics. Lose Yourself was the one that, like, you know, more people have heard and more people have bought into. And then there's other ones, right? Like Slim Shady related stuff. Till I Collapse is the best in my, exactly. Also, sometimes entertainment doesn't need to be artful. It just needs to be entertaining. 100%. And there is a great deal of elitism around how people approach other people's appreciation of art. And it's something that I don't have, right? Like, people have huge opinions, huge, massive opinions regarding how other people eat their steak, right? That it has to be prepared in such a way or it's whatever, right? Like that whole thing. Like it's rare or medium rare or something along those lines. And if you put steak sauce on it, then you're wrong. And they have strong, adamant opinions about how you should enjoy the thing that you are going to consume. And don't get me wrong, trying stuff prepared in whatever way it might be intended to be prepared is something that I think people should do. But by the same token, if you enjoy your steak cooked to leather and covered in ketchup, do you. Extract whatever joy you can out of this existence. I don't care. If you like it, great. If it makes you happy, great. It's not my business to tell you how you should enjoy the thing that you like. And we collectively, especially, I speak only about the United States because I only know enough about the United States, right? Like, we as Americans spend a lot of time telling other people how they should enjoy their steak. And it's a fundamental problem, and we need to get past it.
Unless it's the Steven Spielberg film AI Artificial Intelligence, which is a masterpiece and everyone should go watch that instead of shitty plagiarized videos made by stupid pieces of software.
Not plagiarized. You dumb fuck. Stop being... You're pissing me off. Because you're just... There's a thing that you do is where you repeat the same thing over and over and over again in order to drive your point home, as opposed to actually having a goddamn point. But yeah, this movie's pretty goddamn good. I enjoyed it. And whatever, like pasta, right? Al dente or overcooked. What makes you happy?
See, the thing about AI art is that it isn't really art at all. Art, by its very definition, has to express some kind of human expression.
Does it?
This stuff, generated by AI, deserves a label that many of you know I really truly hate so much. This is content. Something utterly disposable, something meaningless.
I hate to break this to you, bro, but you just spent 45 minutes, or 40 minutes so far. We still have 5 minutes left to go. You make content. You're killing me, baby.
Content is such a nebulous term because it means everything and nothing.
So the guy's name is Baker Dill, and he's a fisherman, and he's obsessed with catching a tuna fish. And the tuna fish is named Justice, and I'm gonna put you on hold.
Nothing like a nice Aperol spritz after a hard day at the office, huh?
You know there's more to an Aperol spritz than just Aperol, right?
Tart.
Do you need something?
Yeah, I felt like this episode could use an epilogue, where we sum up what we learned today, sprinkle in a few dumb gags.
Can you tag in your roommate for this?
Well, I would, but Chloe's busy writing a musical about her life.
Well, that's interesting.
Basically, I'm just looking for someone to powwow with.
Oh, I don't think we're supposed to say that anymore. Tara, could you check on that?
I'm glad he said it. It's one of those things that people say and it flies under the radar, but yeah, it's like that. You need to retire that. You need to retire that. Unless you are, of a particular culture that is authorized to say that, right? Certain cultures are authorized to say certain words. I think we can agree on this. There is reasons why certain other cultures can't say certain words, right? Like this should be okay.
I'm on it.
Look, when I got here today, all I wanted was to make a nice 2-hour video about Tom Cruise's hair. And then I got caught up trying to solve the whole problem of AI art.
How's that going?
Not great, Dave. Turns out, AI is just the latest tool for lazy, greedy people to exploit artists in the ongoing march toward everything becoming that thing I hate so much, my least favorite word in the world.
Here it comes.
Content.
Yeah.
A term so broad as to render it utterly meaningless.
Yeah, I know. Patrick, I've heard this speech. If you hate the word so much, maybe this is the wrong line of work for you. People are gonna say it, you're not gonna get them to stop saying it. If you want my advice, and you should, drop it. Roll the credits and do your Tom Cruise hair video.
No, you know what? Thomas's feathery updos can wait. This is more important. I'm gonna take on content. Show the world how evil it really is. Dave the agent?
Like literally the beginning bit and the end bit could have been the video, and we could have been out of here in 5 minutes.
I think we got a new series on our hands. Patrick Complains.
Patrick, what is rule number 1 here at Neb?
Making videos, complaining, literally content. Like, I feel like like the whole React space is either appreciating or complaining about literally what I've been doing for the past 2 hours. Like, you have become the thing that you hated, my guy.
Nebula?
No villain arcs?
No villain arcs! We've been through this before. We know how it ends.
So maybe more like Patrick gives an impassioned plea, like Jimmy Stewart and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
I think that could work. All right, done. This has been a very productive little chat.
All right, Emma, roll cameras. We're taking on the whole system.
You still there? Yeah. No, I had to do a thing to set up the next episode. Some meta thing. I don't know why he makes this so complicated. Anyway, so his ex-wife shows up, and her new husband is a real piece of shit.
Hello and welcome to the...
Okay. Not gonna lie. As much as, like, this video pissed me off, I may watch that other video. I may, in fact, make you watch that other video with me. Not today. Because, unfortunately,
We are the Borg.
Jesus Christ.
Your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are...
What up, Endless? What up, Raiders? Oh. You know what I was about to do? Was wrap this up for the day. But now, yeah, you know, I just got a raid and I feel like I owe you some more content. Content. All right. Give me a couple of seconds. First off, are you yeah, Reed. Yeah, well. Daddy made you some content. Do another video. We'll get in. We'll do the foundation video, I guess. Thank you for giving Endless a shout out. I'm gonna assume Raiders. Hopefully you're out of hell, even though none of you chatted yet. Hi, I'm Globus the Elder. I talk about AI, robots, automation, all that good stuff. Spoke with Endless last week. Yeah, we're going at it. Thank you for the raid, homie. I appreciate you. All right. I'm going to take a minute. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll come back and we'll watch another video.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible, that the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money, a plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
And we're back. So, looking at this, Patrick's thing, looks like it takes him around 4 to 5 weeks to put out a video. So I had to subscribe to his channel and do the bell to stay notified. So you got me. You got me. At least until you come with, you better, your next video better be about content or I'm going to be goddamn mad. All right.
Anyone remember
This is a video I've been wanting to get to for some time. There is an AI element to it. If you haven't read Foundation, the Foundation TV series is good, in my opinion, but it takes place before the books. If you haven't read Foundation, the book series by Isaac Asimov, I highly recommend that you do. There will be some spoilers. I think you will still get value out of the books. They're unusual. You want to talk about original content? It's an Isaac Asimov book because the structure is different than the way that most other books function, which he's going to cover in this video. I did pre-watch this one. I've seen this one before, but I wanted to share it with you because of what it has to say about our AI future. Like, he grew on me. I feel you on that, in that, like, I enjoyed being, like, angry at him for being so very, very wrong. And I feel like, you know, I don't know. I'm going to give him another chance that I might, like, with the content thing. I don't know.
Hey, so does anyone remember Jurassic Park? Jurassic Park is a film about many things. Dinosaurs, obviously quite a big one, but then it's also about the risks of unchecked science, the value of fatherhood, paying your software engineers a representative salary lest they destroy everything you know and love, and, most harrowing of all, mathematics. Elegantly summarising the last half-century on the topic with its iconic line, "Life, finds a way," Jurassic Park introduced a blockbuster audience to the subfield of mathematics known as chaos theory. You know, the butterfly effect, small changes leading to large changes, ergo, dinosaur theme park goes splat. But did it strike anyone else as odd how certain Dr. Malcolm was in his predictions about something that he himself argued was unpredictable? How did he actually know it wouldn't have turned out fine? Where were the calculations? Could it be that he Couldn't predict anything, after all? I knew he wasn't a real mathematician. Mathematicians don't have sex appeal. In truth, there are some things we can predict with considerable precision. We know how well a plane will fly before it even takes off. We know where the planets will be millions of years into the future. And we know pull the lever, Kronk, must inevitably be followed by wrong lever. Why do I even have that lever? Anyway, hey, so does anyone remember Foundation? Foundation is a book series written by acclaimed science fiction author Isaac Asimov. Depending on how long it takes me to make this video, it will be, is, or was also a TV series, created for Apple's new, current, or long-defunct streaming service, Apple TV. Many view Foundation as...
It is... Aesthetically, it's very good. Like, I love the way everything looks in the show. Like, if you have access to it, by whatever means that you might have access to it, then I highly recommend that you watch it.
As Asimov's magnum opus. Indeed, it beat Lord of the Rings to the Hugo Award for Best Ever Series, an award Asimov himself believed was created specifically for Lord of the Rings to win. Which is all the more amazing when you realise the central premise of the book is a mathematical theory. This time, though, it's less life finds a way, and more life doesn't. Asimov imagined a field of study called psychohistory, which would plug the current state of a galactic society into a model and predict its future. Foundation explores the consequences of psychohistory across hundreds of years, the tantalising prospect of society itself being predictable. But would psychohistory actually hold up in the real world? How do we square it with chaos theory and all those butterflies? As someone who knows a fair bit about maths, and incidentally, someone with exceptionally low sex appeal, checkmate Spielberg, today I am on a mission to find out. I've assembled some of the latest research into predicting human behaviour with maths, along with the frightening reality of it that may already be happening, to understand where we're heading in the field of understanding where we're heading, as well as to learn what it takes to write fiction about prediction in the first place. So, I predict you are going to sit right there for the next 50-ish minutes and join me as we ask. Foundation. Are we predictable? This video contains major spoilers for the Foundation book series, as well as minor spoilers for the media currently on screen.
And just like, for those of you who don't know, we're eventually going to get to a term, psychohistory, and like, there was in the in the Marvel comics, the comics, not the MCU, there was a civil war, right? Like heroes fighting heroes because heroes did bad shit, or it's basically a story about excessive use of power and things like that. Psychohistory is referenced within that by Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic of the Fantastic Four, as part of the thing. So it's like Asimov is so foundational to so many aspects of science fiction and, like comic books, all this stuff. Like, there wouldn't be a bunch of the things that we have now if it weren't for Asimov. And also, Asimov is the one who wrote the book about the development of human technology and how most of it happened within the past, 500 years, and we have been on this planet for give or take 4 million. Like, Asimov did what's called hard science fiction, where the science was science. It had to be grounded in scientific concepts. And they don't in the book. You see they talk about fractions of c as opposed to the speed of light, that kind of thing. Again, highly recommend reading anything by Asimov, but especially the Foundation series.
Asimov. Few other names, nay, few other words, are so laden with science fiction mystique. It almost sounds like a name from another planet, that other planet being the Soviet Union. Well, not quite, it was the Soviet Union's weird teenage phase when it hadn't quite decided what it wanted to be yet, but whatever you call it, it was where Isaac Asimov was born. And if you thought the where was unclear, don't get me started on the when. Nobody, neither Asimov nor his own parents, knew the exact date. The best they could do was arrange, so, without any better way to decide, Asimov chose his birthday himself. He went for the latest date possible, which, 25 years later, meant he was drafted into World War II because he was only just inside the required age bracket.
So that's chaos theory.
Asimov's parents emigrated to the United States when he was 3. They opened a sweet shop selling, among other things, pulp sci-fi magazines. No prizes for guessing where young Isaac found his influences. Hell-bent on writing sci-fi, at age 18 Asimov started submitting stories to John W. Campbell's Astounding Science Fiction. His first few were rejected, but Campbell insisted that Asimov should continue submitting to hone his craft, even agreeing to regular meetings together with the hope that one day he'd write something successful. I wish the employers who rejected me would do that, but it's not the 1930s anymore. Asimov's first published story appeared in 1939, but it was 1941's Nightfall that made his name. The story of a planet that has but one night every few millennia, where everyone goes mad because they don't know about stars, propelled him to sci-fi stardom. And from there, the guy went a bit nuts. Few authors in any genre have been so prolific, so inventive, and so influential. Take iRobot. Asimov found the robot subgenre a tired shadow, endlessly rehashing stories of creations turning on creator that did little Mary Shelley's Frankenstein hadn't done 100 years earlier. He left it an ethically expansive world of new questions and possibilities that shape our treatment of real AI to this day. But then the film version came along and sent us all backwards again, so... iRobot exemplifies the emphasis Asimov puts on big ideas. It's
the iRobot book shares only the name with the movie, and that's it. Read the book. You can forget the movie.
It's a series of disconnected short stories that dissect a single topic from many angles, poking and prodding his 3 laws of robotics to find the holes still present in a system that does prevent robot uprisings. The Last Question, possibly my favourite short story of all time, is similar. Humanity returns to one question over and over in otherwise disparate vignettes throughout the future. And it's a pretty giant question, to put it mildly. But we aren't answering that one today. Still a big one, but not that big. Even my hubris has limits. In 1941, Asimov was working at the Philadelphia dockyard. He hadn't had much time for writing. He needed something new to show John Campbell in their upcoming meeting, something to blow him away. But what? Although he wasn't writing, he had been reading. Specifically, reading Edward Gibbon's History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, a 6-volume epic charting the fall of Rome and the factors responsible. This gave him an idea, and led to a meeting that must have gone something like,
"All right, Isaac, we need a new idea for a killer sci-fi story."
Okay. One of the most, pardon the pun, foundational series in science fiction. And it's not an original idea. It's the decline and fall of the Roman Empire in space. Before that became a trope, right? So when people like Mr. Content talk about the originality I really think that they overstate and doth protest too much.
Nobody had properly attempted a galactic empire before, much less an account of its destruction. We have Foundation to thank for the Empire in Star Wars, for instance, at least that's what Asimov believed. And, being a space opera put to film more recently than the 1970s, the Foundation TV show takes obvious influence from Star Wars in return, proving we're all living in a big cultural Ouroboros. But Asimov wanted to go further than simply transposing the fall of Rome into space. Gibbon's theories had struck a chord with his love of examining human progress at the grander scale, and he couldn't help but ask himself, what if the fall had been predicted? If, according to Gibbon, there were such clear factors in hindsight, would it not be possible for someone to notice them at the time? Combining the idea with his love for all things technological, Asimov went beyond even that. What if someone applied the scientific method to such an insight? What if they were able to turn history into a robust predictive science?
What up, Arun?
He called it psychohistory, that branch of mathematics which deals with the reactions of human conglomerates to fixed social and economic stimuli. Psychohistory can't predict an individual.
And to draw this back to something that we covered earlier is the real quick. Which one is it? No. Yes. This. Right? The Gartner curve. The Gartner hype cycle. This is a small bit of this kind of process. Right? They are attempting to use maths to display regular human events, like to predict human events. Oh, absolutely.
Individual's behavior. It studies dynamics in aggregate. The more people involved, the more accurate it becomes. Asimov likened it to physical systems like gases, which we'll look at in more detail later. Discrete particles, humans, move in any which way they like, but the emergent flow of institutions and incentive structures is highly predictable. In Universe, psychohistory is the invention of mathematician Harry Seldon, who, incidentally, is very much Asimov's self-insert. He predicts the Galactic Empire will fall into chaos for 30,000 years, but creates a plan to shorten that dark age to only 1,000 by establishing the Foundation, a new settlement at the edge of the galaxy. Initially, we're told the Foundation's task is to compile all knowledge into an Encyclopedia Galactica, preserving it beyond the decline. But Seldon's true plan was much more subtle. He placed the Foundation in precisely the right spot to course-correct the future evolution of the galaxy, meeting a series of pivotal events known as Seldon Crises. It would prevail against these crises not through the acts of great men or random chance, but the inevitable march of social trends. In 1942, Asimov published the first story set in the Foundation universe. It and 4 others were later combined into the full-length novel Foundation in 1951. Then came Foundation and Empire in 52 and Second Foundation in 53. Asimov returned to the series much later, adding 2 sequels and 2 prequels in the 80s and 90s, thus completing the Foundation septilogy? I have the main trilogy in book form, and it might well be the most gorgeous-looking book I own. Oh, shiny. Much like iRobot, the series challenges its premise from multiple angles across a long, disconnected time span. Here's a good example. At one point in the second book, the Foundation has defeated every enemy except the remnants of the old Empire, still powerful enough to crush the Foundation's feeble military. But they needn't worry. The Empire is in a stalemate with itself. In short, any general who conquers the Foundation would become a threat to the Emperor himself, so the Emperor can't allow this to happen. The Foundation therefore does nothing and wins. Asimov based this event on the real story of one Roman emperor and his general, found in Decline and Fall. Writing a series like this must have been immensely challenging. Its characters are fleeting and ineffectual, its focus sociological rather than psychological. And that's not even touching on how one can create an entertaining story where everything is preordained right from the beginning. Sure, fiction is full of structure like character arcs, climaxes and resolutions, and brick jokes. What's a brick joke? You know what, it's not important right now, we'll get to it later. But can a structure built on mathematical prediction really work? Well, I'll be diving into this in more detail in part 6, so pin that thought. The effect of writing Foundation as such is that, well, it has some issues. With a few notable exceptions, the characters have less dimension than a piece of string, and the prose is brimming with more technobabble than Baby Aphex Twin.
Okay. One of the, again, pardon the pun, most foundational series in science fiction has wildly underdeveloped characters because of the nature of how it's structured, right? Like it's over extended periods of time, and you cannot really develop a character within that format. But Foundation is great. This challenges a lot of ideas that people tend to have around storytelling. There's a balance that's taken between a plot and story development versus world building. And I would argue that it's like 95% world building in Foundation. But it's great. Universally, I won't say universally, I'm sure someone out there thinks that Foundation is hot garbage. But generally loved by the science fiction community and people beyond that. You know, people who take some of these science fiction works as foundational to their own various philosophies. Dune is one that people like to talk about, and Foundation is another.
Admittedly, Asimov technobabble is my kryptonite, so I'm good with it, but you shouldn't go dashing out to read it if you have different sensibilities. He's famous for his ideas, alright? Those ideas did, however, make Foundation an enormous success. Along with winning the Best Ever Series award, it cemented Asimov as the great science fiction writer. Its impact is extensive. Science fiction hasn't been the same since. It shaped Dune, Star Wars, Hitchhiker. It was in the glove box of Elon Musk's space Tesla, for crying out loud. Further afield, Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman credits it with pushing him into economics, the closest field to psychohistory he could find in the real world. But can we do better? Let's get to the meat of this video and ask, is Asimov's psychohistory actually possible? And for that,
I'm afraid we need to use math.
hot take. Mathematics is in many things. I hesitate to say everything because some smartass in the comments is going to ask, what about the set of all things that aren't mathematics, and cause some kind of paradox, but I digress. Maybe I'm biased, but maths helps us understand so much and has opened so many doors for our modern world that it might well be humankind's greatest ever invention. Science is maths, engineering is maths, economics is maths, politics is maths, video games are maths, language is maths if you squint at it, even music is maths, but you've all heard that one already. We use maths in all its forms to understand the world, often with eerily good results. For example, we began by describing real-world shapes with real-world geometry, but with time, the maths dared us to imagine new geometries that didn't exist in our universe. Then, out of nowhere, some guy called Albert used those imaginary geometries to build the most accurate theory of physical motion we've ever known. You might recognise him, and that's because his theory correctly predicted the weird position of some stars during an eclipse, and that shot him to stardom.
I didn't even plan that.
All in all, it's quite astonishing the power maths has to portray the real world. Not that I know. I'm writing my master's dissertation on category theory. Kill me now. And with Einstein's eclipse example, we see maths is particularly well suited to the field of prediction. Accurate observation and insightful theories mean we can forecast planetary dynamics with stunning precision. Take a look at Wikipedia's Timeline of the Far Future, one of my favourite places on the internet, and you'll see just how many astronomical events we're aware of billions of years in advance. But before we can predict large things like planets and societies, we need to start small. So here's a familiar example.
Always the philosophy bros out here trying to claim everything as fundamentally theirs.
Consider a cannon at ground level, pointing 45 degrees upwards, which instantaneously accelerates a cannonball to 100 meters per second. Factoring in air resistance, how far will the cannonball travel? Thanks to the work of generations of mathematicians and physicists before us, we don't even have to think. We can simply plug these numbers into a big formula and know for certain where the ball will land. Our prediction then aligns perfectly with reality. Oh, there must have been a random gust of virtual wind or something. Well, guess we won't be seeing that ball again. No matter, let's try once more. These same laws of physics are so effective, they tell us a building can withstand an earthquake before a single brick has been laid, or how well a plane will fly without anything leaving the ground. In more general terms, this is mathematical modelling, writing and solving equations to study real-world systems and predict their behaviour. Psychohistory brings mathematical modelling to bear against humanity itself. How would such a model work? Asimov's main inspiration was the ideal gas law. Gases are composed of trillions upon trillions of molecules, all bashing into each other like a microscopic mosh pit. Predicting each particle's behaviour is nigh on impossible, but put enough together and the discontinuities are averaged out, leaving only the overall movement of the gas in response to external pressures. There's a video on YouTube where Professor Dan Crisan compares psychohistory to heat transfer, a similar concept. At the microscopic level, we have what's called a stochastic process. Particles with more energy move faster and impart their energy to others through collisions, but in a given region of this size, these collisions are effectively random. Again though, zooming out reveals the emergent structure. Heat flows from hot areas to cold. At the macroscopic level then, there is a clear pattern in play. Because there are so many particles, we can assume the system is continuous, and can write expressions known as differential equations to describe.
Were you here on Monday? If not, you might want to check that VOD, because it talked about exactly that in relation to the video, The Death of Human Meaning, that we watched at the end of that VOD. So if you want to skip ahead to the last video, you might get value. Or, you can always check the Discord in the video section. It's in there as well, if you just want to watch the video and not my commentary.
Describe that pattern. The solution to such an equation, if it exists, but that's a story for another time, then describes all those dynamics much more simply. But there is important nuance here. The equations assume continuity, that there is no smallest unit of the material, when in fact we know there is. Again, in practical terms, the particles are so small that our approximation is fine, but this does highlight how modelers must be aware of the assumptions inherent in their descriptions. We assumed that the outside of the material remains at a known temperature, that the material is of uniform density, that the laws of physics wouldn't change halfway through via sudden vacuum decay of the universe. Psychohistory may not be a law of physics, but that can't stop the power of mathematical models.
The Prime Minister has announced the most drastic limits to our lives that the UK has ever seen in living memory.
The NHS will be unable to handle it.
A decision based on scientific projections for how many thousands the virus might kill in the coming months.
Created scenarios for what might happen to the key metric of hospital admissions, with 3 different assumptions on how quickly...
Over the past 2 years, I've gone through several periods of near obsession following models of the COVID-19 pandemic, to the point that my mood on a given day would depend on how that day's COVID statistics affected their predictions. Unhealthy? Yeah, absolutely. I think at the darkest points I needed their assurance that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. But they weren't always predicting light, were they? My point is that population dynamics models, in this case for a virus population, held enormous sway over our lives recently. Their might is evident. Biological models make similar assumptions to physical ones. Ignore individuals, zoom out to approximate continuity. But because biological processes are arguably more complex and less controllable than physical ones, we need more assumptions. This is why pandemic models disagree so often. The maths never gives wrong answers, we just feed it the wrong questions. Outside of pandemics, we've used biological modelling to understand predator-prey interactions and humanity's effects on ecosystems, such as figuring out sustainable fishing rates. We're even simulating evolution itself. Mathematical biology has exploded over the last half-century. More and more, we're finding biological systems are well suited to modelling, suggesting psychohistory isn't as far removed from reality as it first seems. I think if Asimov were writing Foundation today, he'd base psychohistory more on this than the physical sciences. And as evidence, I present Jurassic Park. A few of you may be surprised to learn that the film is based on a book. Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park goes much harder into the biological maths, and is so far the only instance I've ever seen of a normal distribution being a major fictional plot point. Plot point. But Crichton took a much dimmer view of prediction than Asimov. His mathematician self-insert is Dr. Ian Malcolm. And we all know what he would think of psychohistory, don't we?
That is one big pile of shit.
In this land of many mysteries, it's a strange fact that the largest legends seem to collect around the smallest creatures. One of these is a mousy little rodent called the lemming. Here's an actual living legend, for it's said of this tiny animal that it commits mass suicide by rushing into the sea in droves.
Oh boy. In 1958, Disney put out a film called White Wilderness, a documentary of life at the poles. These days, it's infamous for one scene. Contrary to the narrator's insistence, the lemmings were not voluntarily jumping from the cliff in a mass suicide attempt. They were pushed. The whole thing was fabricated. White Wilderness didn't invent the legend of suicidal lemmings, that was part of existing folklore, but it did bring it to the masses. Nowadays, the word lemming is synonymous with stupidity, death wishes, and a pretty good video game from the 1990s that unfortunately still perpetuates the myth. The myth arose due to extraordinary volatility.
And the current iteration of the lemmings concept is a video game called Humanity. So if you like having to create pathways to get from point A to point B using, at least fabricated living creatures. At least in Humanity, they don't die when they fall off stuff. They are recycled. It's a whole thing. If you like that kind of thing, it's great. If you don't like that kind of thing, it's probably boring as hell.
In lemming populations. One year, a plague, the next, near extinction, with no clear pattern. With admittedly a few documented cases of lemmings accidentally driving each other off cliffs during migration, mass suicide appeared the only explanation. Though we're still not certain, today we have a much better guess, thanks, once again, to mathematics. This is the logistic growth map. It's one possible model we can use for animal populations. The population in year n is represented by xn, so the equation tells us how to update the population for next year, i.e. calculate xn plus 1, based on what it was last year. The term r here represents the basic growth rate, a measure of how quickly individuals reproduce. Given an initial population and a growth rate, we can hit the population with this map over and over again to see how it develops year on year. Notice it doesn't grow forever, as the 1 minus xn term represents pressure from the environment for the population to decline, such as a limit on food or space. You'll notice that for some values of r, the population eventually reaches a steady state. After some initial wobbling, it reaches a stable level, neither growing nor shrinking as upward and downward pressures are balanced. For others, it might settle into a repeating pattern, up one year, down the next, oscillating between two values. We can plot this behaviour on a graph. The horizontal axis is the value of r, the vertical axis is the steady state we eventually reach. For r less than 1, all populations decline to extinction. For r between 1 and 3, all populations approach some steady non-zero value. Beyond 3, populations oscillate between 2 values. Extending further, we get oscillations between 4 values, and so on. But beyond about 3.57, something rather silly happens. The population never approaches a steady value and instead jumps around unpredictably forever. And Dr. Ian Malcolm is licking his lips because we've just discovered chaos theory. Although Jurassic Park might give you the impression that chaos theory is for the cool kids who aren't doing serious maths, it is in fact a real field of study. I know because I took an exam in it last year. In 1961, Edward Lorenz was running calculations for weather forecasting on these newfangled things called computers. His forecast stored data to 6 decimal places. Lorenz wanted to run the same calculations again, but to save time, entered the data to only 3 decimal places. He was astonished to find the outcomes differed wildly. Sun became storms, storms became sun. Small changes in initial conditions made the entire system unpredictable. Lorenz published his findings in a paper that asked, "Does the flap of a butterfly's wing in Brazil set off a tornado in Texas?" enshrining the butterfly effect in the world's mind. It's also a great example of mathematicians making discoveries by being lazy. Chaotic systems like weather exhibit sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Despite being fully deterministic, that is, the future follows from the present by rigid laws, these systems appear random. You can't predict them without perfect measurements, which are effectively impossible to obtain. The logistic map is one such system. A growth rate beyond 3.57 produces chaos. Your predictions at the mercy of how precisely you know both the starting population and the reproduction rate. Off by even one individual and you might as well be rolling dice. Here then we find a potential solution to our lemming problem. Lemmings, you see, reproduce very quickly. The point is debated, but some estimates suggest their adjusted growth rate exceeds the chaos threshold, though usually in other models I just use the logistic map as a simpler example. According to Wikipedia, lemmings are some of the few vertebrates which reproduce so quickly that their population fluctuations are chaotic. And there's even a source for this claim. Fascinating. Thanks, Peter Turchin. Interesting name, that. If lemming populations follow a suitable model, and if they do reproduce this quickly, then it seems reasonable for chaos theory to hold the true explanation. So if you take one thing from this video, let it be that lemmings only exists because of insatiable libido. Chaos theory may then be an insurmountable obstacle to psychohistory. If we can't predict the weather beyond a few days, what hope do we have to predict thousands of years of galactic society? If a butterfly can cause a tornado, why can't a single human change the course of history? But don't go thinking we've outwitted Asimov here, because Foundation asks the same question. The second half of Foundation and Empire introduces one of my favourite villains in all of literature. A space warlord forging a new empire from the ruins of the old, bringing countless star systems under his control and sowing paralysing fear in those still standing. They call him the Mule, perhaps for his great strength. Citizens of the Foundation guess his rise to power must be the latest Selden crisis, so they gather to listen to Selden's hologram recording, which will tell them why they're destined to win and that they can sit back and relax. Everything goes a bit to pot when Selden starts babbling about a non-existent civil war instead. Whoops. The Mule then conquers the entire Foundation. Whoops. We later learn the Mule's secret weapon is a genetic mutation, giving him some form of mind control. He can command others' emotions, manipulating them to build an empire for him. We also learn he was an unassuming clown called Magnifico the whole time. The protagonists only get the jump on him because one takes a genuine liking to him, and the Mule lets his guard down because he can't bring himself to interfere with the one piece of genuine affection anyone's ever felt for him is his life of disgust and derision that drove him to conquer the entire galaxy in a single-minded act of revenge for how it treated him. Well done, Asimov, you wrote a good character for once. Even more so because the Mule is Foundation's avatar for chaos theory, or at least the notion of it that existed in Asimov's time. Selden did not and could not predict a random change to one person's DNA. That change nonetheless spiraled into a big old butterfly of an effect. Some critics have noted there are other aspects of chaos inherent in psychohistory, such as technology. If Selden could predict the date and impact of a galaxy-altering invention, he basically knew enough to invent it himself. Look at steam power or the internet and their radical impacts on our lives, for instance. Would someone living before the steam train have any hope of predicting modern social dynamics? But all hope is not yet lost, because while chaos theory is a major hurdle, it's not always all it's cracked up to be. Even though I can't tell you exactly what the weather will do 2 weeks from now, I can reliably predict its average behaviour for quite a bit longer. For those of us in the Northern Hemisphere, we'll see cold temperatures for the next few months before a gradual period of warming into the summer. Here in the UK, most of that period will be grey and miserable. There will be storms here or there, which may or may not be caused by colourful flying insects, but overall they will have little impact on most weather patterns. It's a bit like rolling dice. Each roll is chaotic, deterministic, but subject to incalculable tiny variations, yet enough together will always follow known statistics. Even one of the poster children for chaos theory, the Lorentz attractor, features order among the chaos. It's a picture of airflow under convection inside a box. While the paths of the air particles vary wildly, they still remain on the two main swirls. In other words, the specific trajectories can't be predicted, but the overall movement can. Again, we're talking about averages in the aggregate. One atom is highly unlikely to change the directions of trillions upon trillions. That's not to say it's impossible though, but only for some systems, and it's hard to tell whether a given real-world phenomenon is one of them. But Hari Seldon knew it was still a possibility. He accounted for it. Despite the mule's 1 in a quadrillion paradigm shift, Seldon still had the last laugh. To see how, we need to move beyond atoms and lemmings. After all, they may be predictable, but we humans are so much more advanced. Right? Why don't we play a fun game of rock, paper, scissors? I'll count us in, we'll throw our hands on go, and you let me know who won in the comments. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
I can neither confirm nor deny that statement, Monkey.
On the face of it, rock, paper, scissors is a random game. The choices are equally powerful, and there's no inherent reason to choose one over another. Much like dice, with many trials, the results should average out. 1/3 of you should have lost to me, 1/3 should have won, and 1/3 should have drawn. If that's the case though, why are there rock, paper, scissors world champions? Yes, those exist. It's possible to consistently beat the odds because, in the hands of humans, the game isn't random at all. Skilled players pick up on patterns and ticks and second guessing to exploit the flaws in their opponent's thought processes. It even works with this video. If you know my patterns, you know I can't resist the temptation to make a terrible visual joke and would therefore throw Dwayne Johnson. On a more general level, our brains exhibit cognitive biases that make us more predictable than we'd like to believe. But I spoke about these at length in my diplomacy video, so I'll say no more here. What we're interested in today is how we can cash in on these thought patterns with maths. And, perhaps unsurprisingly by now, there's a lot of scope here. Take, as a morbid example, crime. Unless they're taking specific steps to avoid it, criminals tend to commit crimes with a geographic pattern. When they commit multiple crimes, the pattern strengthens, and we can use this to narrow down investigations. As one example, they may not act too close to home to avoid arousing suspicion, but don't want to put too much effort into travelling and hence have an upper limit on distance too. Put these into a formula and you generate a probability distribution that suggests the best places to find your suspects given their crime locations. This technique is called geographic profiling. On the rise for the last few decades, it's helped catch a fair number of serial criminals. Some have even used it to retroactively predict the home of Jack the Ripper. As another example, consider the flow of a crowd. Studies of ant swarms and fish shoals reveal that our movement isn't so different. We run on autopilot and there are simple rules behind our movement, so we can save mental energy for more important things like checking our phones. We can use these rules to design safer or more efficient buildings. My favourite example is that placing an obstacle in the middle of a large hall can actually improve traffic flow as it acts like a roundabout. See America? It's completely natural. All this points to at least some capacity to predict human behaviour even at the level of individuals, which brings us to Asimov's next addition to the Foundation universe, the Second Foundation. In the third book of the main trilogy, we discover Seldon established two foundations, one a blunt axe of technology and military might, the other a secretive puppet master scalpel. The second foundation was to develop psychohistory beyond Seldon's groundwork, making it more resilient to the whims of individuals and perhaps predicting actions at a more granular scale. To do this, they explored the science of the human mind, the ways it can be read and controlled. Unfortunately for this analysis, it does this by having its members all be telepathic.
Are you cheating on me with other streamers there, old lobster?
Bit of a cheat code there. When the mule threatens the Seldon plan, the Second Foundation comes out of hiding to correct the aberration. By predicting and shifting the actions of single humans, the Second Foundation suggests a much finer version of psychohistory, and one that is self-correcting. But also telepathy, so yeah. Despite the highlighted cases, we're still pretty far off forecasting the future of individuals. Even if our brains exhibit patterns, our lives around them still appear, for the most part, too chaotic. Countless events every day shape our future in ways we may never know. We're forced then to retrace our steps back to psychohistory proper, the prediction of larger incentive structures. With the mathematical tools we've developed, are we any closer to improving on Paul Krugman's substitute of economics? Can we sidestep chaos theory to truly build a model for humanity? Well, this would be a pretty disappointing video if I hadn't found something, so, ladies, gentlemen, and others, please put your hands together for the actual, real-world manifestation of psychohistory. Cliodynamics. Alright, I'll get to that, just let me explain what it is first. Guess I gotta cross cliodynamics off my controversial topics for a YouTube video bingo card. Coined in 2003, cliodynamics is the term for the field of study that mathematizes history. By collecting quantitative historical data, its aim is to use statistical and modeling techniques to find the laws that dictate societal progress.
Now, and some of which, he's going to touch on here, but like talking about history, is inherently fraught with a variety of different pitfalls. One of the major issues is how much of history is written versus how much of history is not written. This is going to lead you to ignore certain aspects because there's little to nothing that you can reference, right? There are efforts that have been made to, try and codify some of the previously unwritten history, but then there's people who are going to argue about that and everything else. So fundamentally, history is going to be flawed due to omission, right? And then, like Monkey says, it also assumes a perspective. There's the whole, history is written by the victors, all that kind of thing. So,
much of the work on cliodynamics has been spearheaded by one man, Professor of Ecology, Anthropology and Mathematics at the University of Connecticut, Peter Turchin. Hold on. And there's even a source for this claim. Fascinating. Thanks, Peter Turchin. I swear I found these two things independently. Turchin's background is in beetles. He cut his teeth studying their population dynamics, which of course we know all about now, and the dynamics of other species, like lemmings. And he does indeed suggest lemmings may be one of the few creatures exhibiting chaotic fluctuations. He moved on from ecology after deciding he knew everything there was to know about beetles, now setting himself the loftier goal of studying humans. He believes that history, like biology, is ripe for being turned into mathematics, and founded the journal Cliodynamics to begin the task. Turchin's notoriety rose in 2010 when he announced that his work suggested a coming age of unrest in America. He became even more famous in 2020 because his 2010 prediction said that'd be the year when things would get serious. In Turchin's words, history as a subject is good at explaining the past. Too good, in fact, and he cites one historian who had collated 210 competing theories for the fall of Rome, making it incredibly difficult to choose between them. In my video analysing a dark...
And this is like... My personal theory of no simple solutions to complex problems, like, why did Donald Trump win the 2016 election? If you think it's one thing, you're wrong. It is many, many things all coinciding at the same time. Why did the Roman Empire fall? Same thing. Anyone who says this one thing is why this thing happened, probably wrong. Unless it's a remarkably simple thing that happened. If it's a complex thing like the fall of the Roman Empire or why Donald Trump got elected in 2016, it's complex. Complex.
Darkling Plain, I compared that book's portrayal of societal demise to the Bronze Age collapse, and we see a similar thing there. Theories ranging from spearmen emerging from the ocean, to earthquakes, to an overly complex society falling in on itself in a process historian Eric Klein calls systems collapse. This last one has a certain whiff of psychohistory if you ask me. Cliodynamics takes such hypotheses, translates them into mathematical models, and tests them against databases spanning thousands of years. The hope is to identify the most plausible theories, and with them, the mathematical laws of history, much like we have laws of physics and, increasingly, laws of biology. Whether cliodynamics is really about predicting the future or only has use explaining past trends depends on where you look. Turchin sometimes says yes, but sometimes says no, citing some of the issues we've gone through already, while journalists representing his work side emphatically with yes. And while it lets you write clickbait headlines like "the next decade could be even worse," can you really blame them? Because cliodynamics has borne fruit. Despite countless differences between cultures that could have chaos-style effects, there are, according to Turchin, consistent trends. Secular cycles are one such trend. Apparent rhythms in boom and bust across time, driven by processes like elite overproduction. Here, cliodynamical models suggest collapses are often preceded by a common social shift. Namely, the funneling of more people into elite positions than there are elite positions available. The theory goes that these shunned elites become the revolutionaries. Even if you claim not to be in the business of prediction, forming such a model leads you down that path. And yes, Turchin concludes that we're heading for the next crash as we speak. But he can't predict the spark, only the accumulation of fuel it can ignite. Spoken like a true psychohistorian. As it happens, Foundation was a formative influence on Turchin. He surely sometimes believes he is making Selden's dream a reality. But it's no surprise that the man who considered chaotic lemmings has some criticisms of Asimov's predictive machinery. He says that chaos theory makes mules of all of us, wrecking any hope for true precision. He also takes issue with Selden's insistence that his plan should remain a mystery. Asimov spends most of Second Foundation arguing that knowing psychohistory's prophecies ahead of time renders them useless. After coming out of hiding to defeat the mule, the Second Foundation must convince the galaxy it has itself been crushed, lest the Selden plan go awry. In real life, this is called the uncertainty principle of the social sciences. Even with chaos in the mix, forecasting the weather won't change the weather. Make a prediction in economics, though, and you might bring about the crash you sought to prevent. Simplified to the point of irritating economists, that's all the field is. Things having value because they're forecast to have value, GameStop notwithstanding. But Turchin says cliodynamics can survive this, because who cares about one odd professor's thoughts on the future? The trouble is, quite a few people do. Right, you can bring back your pitchforks now. Historians have not taken kindly to a mathematician coming along to tell them they're all studying history wrong. And weirdly, neither have the mathematicians. Now, I'm not qualified to say either way, but I've seen enough claims that Turchin's methodology is questionable to give them some weight. He's been accused of cherry-picking data to suit his conclusions, for instance, and prophesizing historical trends to shape policy recommendations has drawn some unwelcome comparisons. Plus, you can't ignore the survivorship bias. I can make a prediction that the world will end on the 9th of January 2031, and I'll join the long list of very wrong doomsday prophets throughout history. I hope. Turchin divines 2020, but we don't care about everyone who said 2019, do we? But far and away the most common critique is that reducing history to numbers removes all the nuance and context that's necessary to understand it at all.
To an extent, yes, and to another extent, like, no. Like, as I say, like, history does not repeat, but it rhymes. So there's interactions between human behaviors which led to the, 1900s, that could be reflected in similar patterns in the early 2000s. But, like, they are also very different in a variety of ways. So it's like having an overall expectation that you can map the trend of how the 2000s will go because you can map the trend of the 1900s. You're going to be disappointed at best.
It's similar to the criticism leveled against creators of so-called mega histories, accounts of the big picture which eschew the details in favor of high-level patterns. I need only mention Guns, Germs and Steel to be marked anti-history for life. In general, historians believe that society is simply too complex to predict. There are so many theories for the fall of Rome or the Bronze Age collapse because there are so many things that can affect it. Sure, we can plot a few of them on time series graphs, but none of them can ever come close to the full picture. I'm reminded here of the notorious study on the decline of modern music from a few years ago. It measured a few ill-chosen datasets without necessary context and called it a day. I direct you towards YouTuber Tantacruel's evisceration of it for more detail. But for any and all faults of Clear Dynamics as Turchin has created it, I can't help but see the appeal of his counter-argument here.
And as for Guns, Germs, and Steel, while I understand that there are issues with it, I think that people overly represent the issues to negate the entirety of the ideas within it, when there are certain aspects of it, I think, that have value, right? I think that this occurs a lot, where you have something that, because you can find a flaw in a particular spot, you throw the entire concept out, as opposed to separating it into its component ideas, seeing what does reflect reality and does have value, and just removing the stuff that doesn't. And then, because of the nature of interpersonal relationships, like he said, if you talk about Guns, Germs, and Steel, then, a segment of the population will lose their mind.
Namely, that the complexity of society does not make maths a poor analysis tool. Rather, it makes it the perfect analysis tool. How did we predict the weather before maths? Cows and frogs, mostly. Empirical forecasts were mocked when they were invented, yet today we can't do without them, even with chaos getting in the way. They do so much better than anything we had before. By phrasing problems like this in mathematical terms, we have been able to make complex systems palatable to our feeble and bias-ridden minds. But maybe it's all still too convoluted. In the conclusion to his talk on the reality...
Yeah, no, I would agree, and I've read both those. So, yeah, I would absolutely agree.
...of psychohistory, Dan Crisan states that he believes all the mathematical ingredients are there. We just need the recipe. What then if our big brains are simply too dumb to make that recipe? Is this all a lost cause regardless? Well, we aren't the only big brains on this planet anymore, are we? Actually, before we get to that, I'm going to interrupt with some stop press. Sorry, it wouldn't fit anywhere else. As I was putting this final video together, the internet rediscovered a study which predicts the end of civilization in the 2040s. That study was a 2020 reassessment of a prediction from the 70s, which formed its conclusion with similar modelling approaches to Clear Dynamics. I suppose I can take this opportunity to emphasise that there are indeed many studies of this sort out there. Turchin's Clear Dynamics is just one of the more developed. According to the recent assessment, we've matched some of the more grim trajectories worryingly closely. Hence, headlines claiming MIT predicts the end of the world. I haven't had time to look into this properly, but I do have 2 points to make. First, that these studies aren't immune to the problems of context and nuance that may hold back clear dynamics. Second, in my initial research, I found a few solid refutations of similar arguments also made in the 70s, such as forecasts of sudden population decline that decade due to mass starvation. As it turned out, new technologies improved the globe's agricultural output and stopped that happening. So technological chaos may in fact have saved us, and could indeed save us again. But that's all I have to say on that. Back to the video. Consider Netflix. On opening Netflix, other streaming services are available, I'm greeted with a selection of films and TV shows that may be to my liking. It's in Netflix's interest that they're to my liking. If they get it wrong and show me stuff I don't like, I'll conclude the service has nothing of value and stop paying them. So Netflix needs to predict what films I will like. Humans have easy shorthands for decisions like this. We can identify genre, personnel, tone, and so on, and there's a strong chance that these will correlate with potential future favourites. But if you strip that information away, can you still make good predictions? This was the challenge Netflix posed in 2006. They ran a contest inviting people to improve their film recommendation algorithm, based on nothing but an enormous set of user film ratings. Over 2 million data points that each looked like this. Triples of user, film, and rating identifiers, together with the date. The hammer you need for such a nail of a problem is machine learning. Using some complicated concepts I have no time to explain, like higher dimensional graphs, gradient descent, and a whole bunch of linear algebra,
goodness as in the quality of a particular thing, or goodness as in a description of behavior? Right? Like, because I don't like, goodness is subjective, from your whatever your particular point of view is, and it's difficult. Like, that which is good for a majority in a particular population could and has been quite often, unfortunately, not good for a minority of a particular population.
Machine learning is about designing computer algorithms that update their own inner workings. Feed them a massive amount of training data, along with some way of telling them how good a job they did analysing that data, and they will literally learn. With only a few years of work and petabytes of data, they can identify features it takes humans milliseconds to recognise. The concerning thing is that it's all a black box. The innards of the algorithm are known only to that algorithm. We provide the ingredients and eat the meal, but nobody knows the recipe.
If you're talking about Netflix, how much effort have you put into training your algorithm? And how, I guess, chaotic is that data set? Right? Like, my personal data set includes like movies like Alien, movies like Fury, and movies like Oliver, the musical. If there's a data set, like, if there's a distribution that applies to all three of those, I don't know what it could be. But they are the three different movies. They are three different movies that I really enjoy. Triple R. If you've seen Triple R, and I highly recommend Triple R. Red Cliff. Equilibrium. The extended cut of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You know, these are just, I'm ripping off the top of my head of movies I could think of that I enjoy. Place that into a data set and a distribution that makes that make any sense. Oh, it's too late for jokes. I haven't seen Clifford the Big Red Dog.
The most successful entries to Netflix's contest used machine learning or similar. They could correctly predict people's movie tastes with no understanding of those movies except other people's tastes. Like our usual top-down view, this bottom-up approach correctly classified recognizable features like genres without any human input. This proved a breakthrough in online content delivery. Nowadays, Netflix uses metrics like watch time, click rates, and other numerical viewing patterns to recommend content. Everything run by machines to deal with the enormous data load. But what's truly spooky, and of use to us in this video, is that these algorithms can identify features we don't recognize. Groupings of films that have no obvious connection yet have reliable predictive power. If I like one, I'll like the other, even if, as far as we can tell, they're wildly different. The YouTube algorithm does something similar, which is why my analytics tell me I owe half the success of my channel to this one completely unrelated video by Luke Correa. On that note, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe because the YouTube algorithm is a fickle mistress. Machine learning has already transformed the internet and how we experience it. It's certainly responsible for my YouTube success, the most important part, so I feel confident in saying that. So, can we harness this AI powerhouse to predict more than just videos? Can it predict everything? This is GDELT, the global database of events, language, and tone. Founded in 2013, the GDELT project aims to collect and analyze vast amounts of digital data pouring out from humanity. Its archives go back to 1979, but since 2013, it's been collecting data every single day. Today, you can access the GDELT dataset on the Google Cloud platform. The vision of its creator, Kalev Leetaru, is forecasting the future based on patterns and connections identified on a grand scale. He claims, for example, that his data predicted the Arab Spring. After it had happened, but still, GDELT uses emerging techniques to translate news articles, social media posts, and photos into quantitative measures of events and our emotions about those events. It then hits all that with the big machine learning hammer to extract unseen insights, and
now, as we looked at last week, there are many websites, because OpenAI put out their new web crawler to scrape data from the internet, and there's been, a backlash to AI scraping data from the internet. That is going to influence how models like this could develop, right? Like, again, we don't know what data, especially at this level of data, we don't know what data is being included and being omitted. And because of that, it makes it difficult to really appreciate what might influence a particular outcome.
Just maybe, predict the future. It's a faintly terrifying thought. Everything we broadcast here on the internet will find its way to an enormous computer brain that may or may not know what we're about to do before we do it. GDELT isn't the only attempt to outsource societal prediction to the machines. There's Project Cassandra, run by a German team aiming to predict the future using novels. There's GUARD, the Alan Turing Institute's contribution to military prediction in Britain. And in the US, there's the disturbingly named Global Information Dominance Experiment, spearheaded by the Pentagon. And these are just the ones we know about. Really, with these projects and many others like them out there, we might as well be under AI governance already. The machines took control and we didn't even notice. This was not a development that escaped Isaac Asimov. The final two books of the Foundation series, Foundation's Edge and Foundation and Earth, take place hundreds of years after Second Foundation. In the latter, the characters make a startling discovery about the origins of psychohistory. On the moon of an abandoned and highly irradiated planet once called Earth, they find an ancient robot named R. Daniel Olivor. Olivor reveals he's been manipulating humanity for millennia, and that it was he who put the idea for psychohistory in Selden's head in the first place. While it somewhat undermines the premise of the entire Foundation series, this does show Asimov knew robots would take well to societal prediction. At the time he joined the Foundation series, Olivor was already a well-worn character. He appeared in several Asimov stories and is representative of Asimov's attempts in his later years to bring his works together into a single shared universe. iRobot in particular therefore takes place in the same continuity as Foundation, and the last story in that collection reveals similar thoughts on society-level AI much earlier in Asimov's work. It tells of how supercomputers proved so adept at running the world's economy that humans put them in charge, ushering in a new age of global utopia. Unfortunately, it's not the 1950s anymore. For good or bad, it looks like planet-level prediction at the hands of AI is inevitable. And with enough data and computing power, surely the sky's the limit. We could find hidden connections impossible to see without AI everywhere. We could, truly, predict everything. Well, video's over, people. The question has been answered. We are indeed predictable. Pack it up. We're done here.
But not for long!
In June last year, some guy called Denis tweeted about a machine learning algorithm he designed for depixelating low-resolution faces. The program produced a fake but realistic human face that, when downscaled, would recover the original image. People on Twitter, ever the experimental bunch, had a bit of fun with it. Here's the Doom guy, for instance, now a real boy. Not half as cursed as the laughing emoji's true form, though. And of course, we all know who this is, right? I mean, even a child could tell you.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh. Oh no. Yeah, the algorithm kind of changed Barack Obama's entire racial profile every time. It isn't unique to Obama. Feed in anyone who isn't obviously white and you get, well, you get a white person. The accuracy of machine learning depends on the quality of its training data. In this case,
how many times do I gotta yell about how we really, really, really could use either unbiased or barring the ability to create something that's unbiased, or maybe it's not even what we want, then equally biased data sets in order to have better models? The
dataset likely had inherent bias. The algorithm had not seen enough diverse faces to identify them. And if you think this problem is limited to funny missteps on the internet, consider the case of Robert Julian Borchak Williams. He was arrested for a crime he didn't commit because a facial recognition algorithm couldn't tell the difference between him and another black man. This is far from the only case of machine learning getting it wrong. How about the turtle made out of pictures of guns that Google's AI thought was itself a gun? Or the US military's tank detection AI that actually detected the weather? All the photos of tanks that had been fed were taken on a sunny day, and because no one knew its inner workings, nobody noticed that it was picking up on the wrong thing. Even Netflix's algorithm famously tripped up trying to classify Napoleon Dynamite. The film was so polarizing that its rating pattern didn't look like that of any other film in the database. But aren't all these problems simply a question of gathering more training data? Kind of, but there's a more fundamental problem at play. The no free lunch theorem is a mathematical result that essentially states that there is no universal learning algorithm that can predict outcomes accurately in every scenario. No matter its training data, it will always be possible to cook up something to foil the machine. That something may be weird and pathological, but finding it out there in the real world is always a possibility. We have mathematical proof of it. So even if you solved the bias and diversity issues plaguing the AI industry, which is an enormous task in itself, you're out of luck in your hopes to build an infallible automated prognosticator. Sure, you can build a good one, but we don't yet know how good. Perhaps the utopia of AI running the world for us is, in fact, impossible.
Thanks, Obama.
So, after all that, after attacking every angle through a multitude of perspectives, we're now ready to answer the question. Are we predictable? Probably not. Look, I'm not qualified to tell you what to think here, which begs the question of why I'm making a video about this in the first place. But in my opinion, from all the evidence we've looked at, I don't think psychohistory is possible. For all I've praised mathematics, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. Models require assumptions, and we're often terrible at phrasing them. Whether they're assumptions about continuity or datasets being representative, they can cause problems. And when we're dealing with the grandest scale there is, we have to make lots of assumptions. Chaos has the power to prey on them, to render predictions about complex systems moot. It can't kill every model, but we don't yet know where history itself lies on this spectrum. And while I like the philosophy of clear dynamics, using maths to break through these complex systems, in its current form it can be sketchy in places. And even its creator believes chaos will inevitably rip it apart. With all we've looked at, we've made progress, but psychohistory as Asimov imagined it appears, to me at least, forever too distant. You might have come to a different conclusion, and that's fine. As I said, take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. I welcome differing opinions in the comments. But since I don't want to end this video on that anticlimax, I'm going to devote this last section to something different. Because Foundation isn't solely a mathematical theory. It's also, and hear me out on this, a book. We may or may not be predictable, but what about our fiction? What can Foundation tell us about that? Fiction is full of structure. We like to think it's an unrestricted outpouring of creative invention, but in reality, it has plenty of rules, both explicit and implicit. In the most extreme examples, you have things like La Dispersion, where Georges Perec goes the entire book without a single letter E. But outside of novelties like this, we're still drawn to particular formats. Theories like The Hero's Journey, Save the Cat, and even Dan Harmon's Story Circle try to figure out what these are, and have had tremendous influence on media. At the lower level, you can't even tell a joke without invoking some sort of predictable structure. We know Pull the Lever Kronk must be followed by Wrong Lever, because it and similar jokes have conditioned us to expect it, and that's often what makes it funny. I even rely on predictable formats for these video essays because they give easy shortcuts for clarity, rhythm, and comedy. A good drinking game to play with them would be to drink every time I use the rule of 3, for instance, or a long stoic paragraph with a short, stupid quip at the end. Or this music. I'm contractually obliged to use that in every video essay. And although...
And so this, going back to Mr. Content's video and the general idea of AI being incapable of creating content worth watching, interacting with, whatever. If you can set out structures and formats and tropes and cliches and things of that nature, you can probably apply laws of entertainment. No, that's Farquaad's face on some dude.
Though lol-so randomness can also work for humour, it's not usually an effective way to write a whole story.
I think that particular picture is intended to be Gen Z's absurdism, right? Gen Z is very into absurdism in their memes. Like, this is funny to someone, right? Because, you know, Farquaad's face, what appears to be some kind of either court or maybe Senate hearing, and then the letter E. Like, there's so much and then like the graininess of the picture. There's so much going on here that is incongruous that it becomes a kind of humor.
story. For example, if a story doesn't give a satisfying payoff at the very end, people don't tend to like it. We can therefore predict that there will be a satisfying payoff, or at least an attempt at one. Neither will audiences take kindly to coincidences.
There you go. It's from the Zuck Senate hearing. It's deep fried. There was a moment where surreal memes were a thing either just before or after this. I have a 15-year-old son, and I would say that surreal memes still exist. Okay, so like there are layers to that meme that are beyond my understanding.
Although these can work if handled well. But if unpredictable and convenient events keep appearing, it feels cheap. This is, however, reserved for fiction only, and as evidence I present Dave Gorman's Google Whack Adventure, the greatest exploration of coincidence ever put to film. And on that note, Googling prediction in fiction shows you a load of children's activities meant to teach them what to expect in a story. From a young age, we're all aware of how it should work. But blindly sticking to such rules everywhere is one surefire way to make something horrendously boring and of no artistic value to anyone ever. There are predictable aspects to fiction, but to survive, it has to embrace unpredictability as well. It's a constant tug-of-war between meeting expectations and, yes, subverting expectations. It's a bit like music. On one extreme, you have repetitive monochordal corporate elevator music, and on the other you have Arnold Schoenberg. Most people can't stand either. They arguably prefer a happy medium where the flow feels natural yet unexpected at the same time. One where each moment teeters on the edge of our expectations, sometimes meeting them, sometimes not. You can't have a story go exactly to a preordained plan.
I don't know how unpredictable people like their music. Like, there is a whole thing about when the drop should happen. And if the drop doesn't happen or doesn't happen at the right time, then people will be unhappy with the song, generally speaking, right? There's a structure for when the drop should hit. So,
just as much as you can't keep throwing random fluff around. Most of the time. Storytelling lives in this limbo between narratives recycled and narratives invented. And Foundation exemplifies this more than anything. Foundation is a story about history that recycles history itself. But even today, its structure seems odd. It's not a gripping yarn of human drama and the arcs of individuals, separating it from most of the fiction we recognise, and that does make it a difficult read for some people. No great heroes to root for or villains to hate, no deep or emotional examinations of characters' psyches, just the march of history. The approach is certainly unconventional in fiction. How then can one possibly go about adapting such a thing for television? Yes, the elephant can come out from hiding in the corner. I've heard and read many opinions on the TV show, but to talk about it I decided I should at least watch some of it myself. Yes, I subscribed to Apple TV just to make this video. Let's hope my ad revenue can cover that. I don't envy the creators. Merging Asimov's giant but rather sterile vision with the intimate personal drama expected of TV shows sounds painful. Unfortunately, for my money, it all came out a bit meh. I mean, Space Elevator, big yes. Less homogenous characters, big yes. Straining to live up to its own mega historical aims when so much of it hinges on the generally uninteresting private lives of a few characters, not so much. I wouldn't fault anyone for liking it, but I do agree with criticisms that the essence of Foundation turned mildly mushy somewhere along the way. Could this have been predicted? Was there any sign that we should have seen this coming?
If ever there were a company that was hoping to sort of better people's lives through technology, through connectivity, it's Apple, and that's something very much that Asimov was hoping to do.
Truly, a mystery of the universe. Nah, but really, this was probably inevitable, and Asimov's as much to blame as anyone. A century-hopping thought piece on the maths of history is a hard story to tell in any medium. We're too wedded to predictable structures of fiction for it to be easy. But we're also too wedded to the volatility of fiction to accept a story that predicts its own course. So how does Foundation avoid that? This isn't a hollow question. John Campbell asked the same one after Asimov's first few Foundation stories, fearing the premise was getting stale. He ordered Asimov to disrupt the Seldon Plan, and Asimov gave him the mule. Asimov eventually grew to view Foundation as another writing challenge, attacking the premise from all sides. Given a plan based on iron laws of history, how could it still go wrong? What holes would go unnoticed? And this is really the value of science fiction. It explores questions science can't yet answer, but one day might have to. Fiction gives us incredible power to speculate and wonder, and Asimov more than most knew how to wield it. Foundation stands as a towering achievement in appreciating both the maths of history and, through the many who were inspired by the story it tells, the myth of history too. If historians' responses to Clio dynamics have taught me anything, it's that we're at our best when we strive to understand them together. Mathematics is a tool more powerful than any other, but if we don't appreciate the human context when applying it, it won't get us anywhere. Personally, I'm content to believe that both our lives and our fiction remain unpredictable, because that way, we never know what wonders lie in store for us in the future. Jesus, why? It wasn't even funny. What, this is what's become of my attempts at comedy now? Jesus Christ. It's not funny, it just hurts. Every time I try to make something new and original and I just revert to the same tired formulas over and over again. Well, I am putting my foot down. This video will not be derailed like all the others, you hear me? I will break the eternal and oppressive mold. No more of this format. No longer will we cower in fear of sudden, non-sequitorial disaster. I forgot about a cannonball. Hey, so does anyone remember when you didn't know what this video was about? Those were the days. I said that someone had guessed the topic correctly in my 10,000 subscribers Q&A and turned it into something intensely meta, and I had a lot of fun with that. Everyone on my Discord thought it would be Leviathan. I've never read Leviathan. Sorry. But yeah, Discord. I have one. Join for updates on and discussions about my videos, along with many other things. See you there.
So I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. It has been a pleasure as always. We will be back Friday with more AI content. We are going to again carry on the science. We're going to raid Dr. M, PhD. They are creative writing and creative biology with aliens. I think this should be an interesting one, and I enjoy Dr. N.
Like any other
Hey, thank you for the subby. I appreciate you.
And it will reflect back exactly who we are.
So, in the meantime, drink your water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. Shuggy loves you. So do I. Be good.